There we go. Oh, damn, that's good. Oh my god. Hey, Ardoon. Watto. Yeah, me bot's feckin' slacking. What's up with that, eh? How are you doing this morning, friend? I will admit that literally as you're coming in, I'm catching up on the hot sheets to see what's going down, what's changed. Also inhaling my first cup of coffee. How are you doing this morning? Sorry, I think I asked you that like 3 times. Oh, I'm doing better. I'm doing better. My lunch yesterday decided that it was going to take out its fury and its anger on me. So that added a nice challenge mode to my afternoon/evening. Oh, wait, cool. How's Evil Genius 2 been treating you? Fearless was really, really kind and gifted me a copy, so like, I've got it there waiting. I don't know if I could do it as a stream with everybody, because I get kind of too tunnel vision-y with those kind of like building-y games. Kind of like with Keeper RL and Ruin Arc and stuff like that. Like, I'm not very conversational when playing them, but God, I love them. Aspects Watto, good morning, friend. Come on in, come on in. Okay, numbers, Watto. Graphite through the door with 100, Watto. Adam, Watto, friends. Coming in, coming in. Number says there could be an E3 this year. Well, there's going to be a digital showcase. What E3 is going to end up morphing into this year is going to be weird. So there's going to be an E3 digital event with companies, but then companies will also be doing their own digital showcases. And the content and quality is going to be vastly all over the place. So, I mean, we could consider an E3 per bowl this year. Though it would be more like E3 per baseball, considering just how wildly weird it's going to be. If you remember last year when they locked Day 9 in a room with a robot, like, it were weird. I was just chatting with Ardoon about Evil Genius 2. And they said it's real fun. They did a balance patch and DLC, so the DLC isn't much in the grand scheme of things. Grand scheme, because you're a villain. But the rebalance makes the game fun. Alright. Numbers was like, okay, E3 per baseball sounds incredible. Adam Cinepan, Watto, friends. Yeah, this is the new little office. Slowly coming together. I was going to do more in setting stuff up and building games yesterday, but the sandwich I had yesterday took exception to my existence and decided to definitely punch down on that one. Lord Lost and Found, Watto! Still can't believe that one. Oh, and friends, so yesterday, just as we were launching a raid off, Lord Lost threw in a whole chunk of bits to steal the Yaldum at the last second. Scared the heck out of me. Actually, no, numbers. More wine didn't happen. I was given some leftover sandwich, and bad times were had. Let's just go with that. Oh, and Hunter, there is so much more potential space. We've got another set of 3 floating shelves for Gundams. And currently behind me is all the stuff that you lot have sent, like, over the last 3 years. But it's all mounted and looking nice. The only thing we've been having a little bit of trouble with is getting the lighting to work, because it's all properly mounted, but it means like the plastic's got kind of a reflective...
Captain on the bridge.
I got to hit my number brag earlier this week.
Errorman, feckin' thank you. Oh, feckin' yo! That's, 31 months, which is an inordinate amount of time, but at a tier 3, feckin' yo. Errorman, thank you kindly, friend. And Imperios, Watto. I will admit, like, after getting out of bed, I showed Fiona the Giant Woman post, because definitely what I'm feeling. And numbers, what? Oh wait, no, I said hide numbers. Well, you can get high twice. Watto. Vanderbeest, good morning, hello. Watto, thank you for filling the pint glass. But yeah, so we're slowly working this into like a little kind of like streaming space, recording studio. I did a first pilot take of a possible video that we're working on. So it's been good having the extra space for working on stuff. It's just taken a while to...
That growler is looking too organized.
And Numbers took offense to that. Thank you kindly, dude. Oh, Lord Lost just adding that it was the literal last 2 seconds of the stream, and that he's not sorry. Oh, I know you're not sorry. I felt the need to point it out. C222, Watto, friend. How are you doing? I was chatting with Fiona this morning, and she has promised me that when we start building the Discovery Lego kit that we're going to be doing it's going to be on stream, and it will be pre-announced. So you can see it either the glee on Fiona's face or the frustration it causes us both. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. Lizzie, Watto, friend. Coming in. Numbers is like, why not both? Why not both? I'm just slowly catching up on the games news. It's terrifying to see that Burning Crusade Classic has been launched. Like, that's a haunting one that could bring me back in. But yeah, I'm just... desperately catching up with things as they're going down. Gleeful frustration or frustrated glee. Once again, why not both? And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. And sorry if I seem a little like, woo! This is my first coffee, so I'm getting going at the same speed as you lot are getting in here. But how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Like, so far nothing super whooper bombastic going down, but I'm catching up as quick as. Shocking no one, Nintendo had their most profitable year last year. Everyone's made money hand over fist. And it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out after. So, like, once we're all safe, once we're all out and trundling around the world, it's going to be interesting to see how things change. Because I got a lot of theories, but at this point, it could be anybody's fucking game, you know? Oh, Caffeine, good morning. Watto, friends. Coming in. I've started a couple of Gundams. I know that's the important news that everybody is desperately waiting on. I started inking this Mother Hubbard last night. So, because, like, I need to set a day to just work on the big unicorn. because it's intimidating. Like, it's a feckin' cool kit, don't get me wrong, but it is swath full of, like, electronics and wiring and things, which I feel woefully out of my my wheelhouse. Oh, Airman, that's a very good point. Nintendo did increase their R&D spending. And considering how slow and careful they are with stuff like that, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out in the next couple of years. Like, whether we'll get like a slew of weird, fun, Labo-style setups. Oh, and Cryosticks. I am just happy to hear everybody's getting sorted, you know? So I'm real happy for you. Oh, and Ikoa, the coffee is lovely this morning. Oh. Lizzie, that's fucking cool of you. Lizzie repping a bit of house Carl hunting this morning. Getting stuck to Cryosticks. It's fucking cool of you, Lizzie.
Who wants to sing?
To J Hubs, thank you kindly for the host. C222 saying that Slow and Careful did get us the Wii U. It did. Well, I will say the Wii U makes sense on paper. J Hubs is saying hello. They're from Brazil. I am based out in Seattle, but I'm from the UK. How are you doing, J Hubs? And thank you kindly for the host. We haven't really started chatting about anything. We were just talking about how Nintendo are going to be toning up their spending on research and development. And C222 was pointing out that Nintendo's slow and steady got us the Wii U. And it's like, intellectually, the Wii U makes so much sense. And it really is designed for us. It was at the end of kind of like the... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Because, we all know this, like, the Wii U was meant to take the Wii's original, like, accessibility. That is to say, like, motion controls, games for the whole family, you know, like, it's the number one thing you have next to your telly. And then add more kind of core games. But in such a way as to allow people to play even whilst, you know, the TV is in use. So it was essentially going for that, like, second screen experience. But it wasn't quite there. Whereas they took that sensibility with the Switch and made it feckin' work. You can see the through line. I don't know. Rant is possibly the wrong word. We talked a lot about this yesterday when we talked about Stadia. How Stadia is not really designed for anyone. It's designed to fill a gap in the market, but it's not designed for any person. Whereas, like, the Wii U was designed for people. It didn't hit. Number says, since you have a Switch, is there a chance for a Pokemon Snap on stream? If we do Pokemon Snap, it probably won't be for a while. I don't know how much expression or creativity there is within that game. And I think it's an experience that's probably best as a personal experience, but I don't know. Like, I really, really love those kind of games. You know this. Like, you saw how much I poured over Umurangi Generation. Oh, Bismarck, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming in there. What, oh friend? And, J-Hubs, it's interesting you're popping in, because one of the things we talked about yesterday when we were talking about Google Stadia was how there is this massive games market in Brazil, which would absolutely benefit from something like Stadia, only it wasn't designed with anyone in mind. I mean, people have been talking about cracking into Brazil as a market for years.
At Viking_blonde streams Pokemon Snap and the stream is filled with yells of look at its little feeties.
Look at its little feathers! I'd probably lose my voice playing Pokemon Snap with you lot. I'm probably going to lose my voice when I finally play it. Oh, sorry, and Bacon Adventures, thank you for 200 bits. Sorry, this is my first cuppa, so if it seems like I'm slowly getting into conversationals. Osterline, Watto. Yeah. Stadia's already toast. The amount of management staff that are already getting out of there, they know. Oh. What was the other thing I wanted to chat with your lovely selves about? Like, I think we talked so much yesterday. Osterline, that's real cool to hear. Osterline's been on Magic the Gathering Arena by purely non-EULA breaking methods, of course. Now, obviously, Osterline isn't doing this, but if Osterline had to use... Hey, wheeler dealer, you feckin' ledge. Watto! If Osterline had to use a VPN to access a digital product, it would be an interesting discussion about how, like, licensing in different regions, even for a product which does not require physical goods or moving around, is a whole big old bag of chopping. Okay. Numbers was like, sad I wasn't able to get there for most of the chats yesterday. Whoa, Numbers... I guess I just missed everybody, but we didn't even get into game yesterday, so we still have the Paradise Lost game to look forward to at some point. We just ended up talking for 5.5 hours. And so, Ikoa, I do agree with what you're saying. Like, the Wii and the Switch are very different consoles, and they have very different... Well, they have slightly more different groups in mind. The Switch still implements some motion controls, so it can be used for family games. But its success is in bridging both like standard console and mobile gameplay. Like, you don't need me to tell you that. But the thing that I think is interesting is how the Wii U was essentially the bridge between those. It seems that as much as motion controls were a great thing for a while, that it was more of kind of, I don't want to say a fad, but it very much was the Christmas flavor of the week. The Christmas flavor of the year, you know. Had to have a Wii, had to play Wii bowling with everybody. But there wasn't enough longevity to keep the Wii as part of, like, the family experience. It sadly didn't convert, you know, parents and grandparents and extended family into game-playing individuals. But it was an experience that could be shared. And so the Wii U was essentially an attempt to bridge that. It didn't work. That's fine. We got the Switch. Feckin' Wii. The Switch is one of the consoles of late that has genuinely made my life better. I feckin' love it. And I'm not saying... Like, we should never judge any company as this mystical kind of, you know, amorphous blob to love. But, you know, I'm real happy that the Switch is a console we got. Wheeler Dealer says, have you heard of an anime called Demon Slayer? It's kind of a big deal. I heard they put it on a train, so I'm guessing it's like, what, like an Agatha Christie rework? Wheeler Dealer. I did actually recently sit down and finally watch Demon Slayer, like, front to back. And you know what? Sometimes you just want something that's nice and simple and looks gorgeous. But supposedly the Mugen Train's done feckin' gangbusters. If it's still playing when I am all vaccinated and safe, I'm going to see if I can go and feckin' see it for realsies. Not that kind of train. It's a demon train. Different train. Oh, Number saying Demon Slayer looks incredible. Manga art story of meh. I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of the anime that I've really, really enjoyed, that hasn't let me down a whole bunch, has been from. All right. Okay, if we're doing this, and apparently we are doing this, let's do this proper. train time. I'd see, Jegmayer got my joke. Thank you. I need to stop quoting Steve Coogan in stream titles. Alright.
Demon Hype Train.
Yeah, Demon Hype Train. Apparently. And, British Beaver managed to unseat Lord Lost and Found. All hail the new Jarl! All hail, all hail. Alright, so, saying some thank yous so I'm not a complete scumbag. So, J-Post, Graphite, Some Numbers, Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Shackle Draconis. Sorry, I don't know why I said that in the Robot Wars voice. Errorman, Lyrics Dragon, Wheeler Dealer. Robot voice has Demon Train. Oh, and actually, while the train is hurtling past, I do agree with Cryosticks that Ghost Trick does need a PC release. I'm curious as to why that has... Oh, wait, no. Was Ghost Trick a DS game? Because those are annoyingly difficult to port.
Train?
Train? Train! But yeah, Wheeler Dealer, I'm hoping that I'll get to see the Mugen Train, like, in theaters. Because I've basically been preconditioning all my Seattle friendos for both Gundam Hathaway's Flash, if it gets a cinematic release over here, and Ava 4.
Train whistle.
Choo choo! Numbers saying they saw a tweet that Walmart PS5s in stock. Like the lightning. Wheeler saying that they really wanted Hathaway. Yeah, the Gundam license is all over the place. Like, I would love to see a cinematic release in some places in the US for Hathaway's Flash. Please. Murder Goose demands it. Like, look at me Gundams! Look at me Gundams! Oh, and Wheeler Dealer, no worry, no NDA's broken here. What little I do know about the Gundam license is that it's a mess. Like, it's with so many different companies.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Yeah!
Systems nominal.
Boop boop happy train time.
Boop boop indeed. Stig's like, have you ever built one of those Gundam Gunpla things? No Gundams here, Stigs. Keep going. Pay no attention to the boards behind. No Gundams here. No Gundams. Oh, okay. Cryosticks was saying that Ghost Trick got an iOS release? Android iOS? I mean, UI would need a once-over, but that's way easier to port. Aspects, you fucking ledge. So, yeah. Wheeler Dealer, Aspects, Shackle Draconis again. Spooky Ghost again. Thank you all, you fucking legends. Ah. Yeah, Sticks, who'd build one of those Gunpla things? Those are for nerds! I will say, I still love the Pokemon Sword.
How Welsh Bit Voice says Shackle Draconis.
Shackle Draconis. It's your Welsh name. Shackle, thank you. Yeah, I still dig the Pokemon Sword and Shield gym theme, this banger. Because I think it's one of the few Pokemon games that actually gets what like a stadium Pokemon fight would be like to watch. Oh, Stiggs, you don't need to goad me into it. You want to see Gandams? I'll show you Gandams. I got Gandams for days. Oh, spooky ghosts. Oh crap, now Lizzie's taken the Yaldum. God, after having Ansel just rule the Longship with an iron fist. Like, it's been so strange going back to the usual hot chair.
Demon Train.
Demon Train! Yeah. I mean, like, Stigs, Tiny Big Zam is always within grabbing distance. And I've started using the Sega Saturn as Big Zam's little stand. Mine, yeah, it also made the gym fights into actual stage fights, which I like.
All hail the new Jarl.
All hail! Although, with OG Pokemon, at least with Pokemon Stadium, it always felt like this flavor that, like, the big stadium matches were what happened, like, those were the for TV matches. And getting your gym badges was kind of almost like workplace training. You know what I mean? I always keep thinking about that little meme of the guy who lives across the road from the Pokemon Stadium. Every night just hearing, na 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 na. I think about this stuff a lot. Oh, actually, Wheeler Dealer, on good anime news, the Made in Abyss video game looks like it should be coming West Side, and...
Jarl help.
Y'all heal, if you will. Also, the Made in Abyss game is getting an adult rating, so they're not going to try and, like... They're not going to try and soften it up for a large audience. They're going for the body horror and all. And if you haven't seen Made in Abyss, it's fucking brutal. Shackle says, I mean, it's like living across from a soccer arena in Europe. I guess so, but with late-night giant monsters. Wheeler Dealer says they didn't get far into Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss is a feckin' journey, and it is not easy going. But the combination of the art style with the brutality of it means it hits like a brick in a sock. Though, I don't know what it is, like... I'm obsessed with wanting to adapt anime properties but not using any of the main characters. This seems to be this, like, design obsession of mine. Like, in the mystical world where Will gets a massive budget for a big video game, like, I want the Naruto license, because I want to do the second Ninja War. Like, you make your kid, give him powers, go on ninja missions, like... all the dark, messed up shit from Kakashi's generation. Made in Abyss, I like the idea of it being like a roguelike. You know, like, you choose one of the little kids from the class and then you work with them until not. Because with Made in Abyss's mechanics, there's a certain part going down where you can't come back up. So it's less like a repeatable roguelike in that, like, die, try again, but it's like, at some point, you've got to make that conscious decision to go down into the pit where you'll never return. Yeah, Kiso, I'm with you. For a Made in Abyss game, I'm going to pore over every bit of lore, every detail. Also, all of you, thank you for a fucking hype train, you fucking legends. Getting everybody in, like a little commuter train in the morning. And Square Peg, what, oh friend? Actually, who's not had a proper hello from me? Who's not had a proper hello from me? Like I said, this is often what people do with fanfic. Fill in the blanks, but inspires the not giving a lot of content. Well, I mean, numbers, you lot are all fucking glorious to me. And I think it's the thing where if you clear all of level 5, it starts giving you 4. And then if you clear 4, it gives you 3. So I think it filters down. You might just have it all. And I know what you mean. I think there's something interesting about a world or a game or an IP or a property that spawns non-sexy fan fiction. The idea that a game world has so much, well, a fictional world has so much heart to it that people can see themselves or crave to know more about them. Oh yeah, Cryostix. Actually, remember, you were the one that told us when it went up. Cryostix is just reminding us that if you want to see Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, it's up free on YouTube, like the full original good rip, not like a shifty illegal copy. And while it's not necessarily the most cohesive, if you need something to watch while you're waiting for Castlevania, and you want something that will inspire the absolute hot fuck out of you, watch Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. It gives no hex what you think of it, and it is a glorious, inspired journey through a world that is simultaneously so sensical and so alien. Oh no, Numbers, no! Sorry, Numbers is saying Madoka Magica's getting a sequel. No, you can't make me go back! Alright, it's okay. Numbers has kind of procced one of my trap cards because one of my other great big weaknesses in media is, you know, as I'm sure you've had to listen to me talk your poor ears off, is when the art style or thematics are used to are used to subvert the user's expectation of what's going to happen. And in the same way that Made in Abyss is a brutal survival show, like in a fictional world, but it is nasty. Madoka Magica is kind of similar for the magical girl genre. And I'm sure I've told you this story like 8 times. I got recommended Madoka Magica a bunch of times. People have been like, yo, you gotta watch the show. Don't ask why, you gotta watch the show. And I'm like, alright. And because its early episodes are so smooth and so kind of like soft and lovely, that I ended up falling asleep in front of it several times before I got into the meat of it. And when I finally started watching it, I was like, oh god! Oh, no! Like, oh. So it's kind of like Madoka Magica, School Life or School Live, Girls and Panzer. No, not Girls and Panzer. That's the high school one. Girls on Tour. That's it. Though Girls on Tour is less horrific. Is it School Days? Yeah, Girls on Tour is less horrific, but more kind of like subversion of expectation. Ardoon was saying that Madoka Magica got like 4 sequels? Okay. Well, and Ardoon, I think that's one of the reasons why I love having these conversations with everybody, is like, I can understand not liking the magical girl genre as a whole, and you can deconstruct it without having to go into it hard. But then that could be because I've always been a fan of, like, giant robot animus, which have themselves been kind of a deconstruction of an old genre from basically Gundam onwards. Oh. Sorry, here we go. Getting back into the anime chat. So Real Hunter says that they started watching a redo of a healer, somewhat knowing what to expect, and still dropped it after an episode. Has anyone actually managed to get past and review that show? I haven't. It's not currently on any of my my watch lists, so it's not come across my feed. But the amount of anime that I get the chance to watch is kind of limited. God, what have I been on recently? Oh, I've been watching ReZero, which has been very inspirational. Because the other thing with... I feel that it's not inherently unique to the Animus, but happens a lot is because of the sheer amount of it that's produced in any one year in like the Animu markets. There's a lot more concepts that get bounced around where not everything that's inspirational in that space is good, but there's a lot of very curious ideas that one could take into, especially things like video games. But I'm sure I bored you all to tears with the whole fake game conversation, right? I mean, I'm genuinely impressed by individuals that manage to keep up with all the different anime shows each season. Here I am still watching the old stuff. I mean, like, you don't need me to recommend to you ReZero, but especially if you're interested in construction of world design and how to phrase it without going. There's a lot of video game-like elements that ReZero deals with, and then deals with the actual psychological impact of going through them that I am somewhat obsessed with. And I know that makes me sound like a little bit of a Suffer fan. Not like a Suffer. I'm trying to think. It makes me sound like a little bit of a sadist, but I don't know. Ever since Deathspank, I think a lot about how morality in games is judged by the characters and by the player. Yeah, so numbers, I guess the real life consequences, but I mean, it's something we talk about every time we play Dark Souls, is like the effects of mortality on the psyche and things like that. And it's interesting that ReZero is one of the shows I've seen recently that's kind of dealt with the, you know, if you could come back from any death, what would it do to your psychological state? I don't know. I think about this stuff a lot. Because it's often implied in the Dark Souls universe that while everyone is like undead, everyone is immortal in that world, eventually your sanity wanes and is erased. Eventually you just lose it and go full on brain dead undead. And it... yeah, it's a lot of things to think about. Number says they watched the entirety of the first season and really hate Subaru. Oh yeah, he's a little shit. But, I don't know, this is another thing that I got pondering the other evening, is that if Subaru was a likable character, it would be a little too much like... I'm trying to think of a polite term, because there's a term they use in horror for specific horror movies where you're just watching people suffer for entertainment, and I need a less... I'm trying to think of a better term than the one they use. Sorry. Anyway, sorry friends, how are you all doing today? Here's me getting into my whole ReZero binge. Honestly, like, between ReZero and that time I got reincarnated as a slime, it reminds me how far we are in video games from being able to do truly dynamic, reactive storytelling. Like, I've often described to people... So, Reincarnated as a Slime is not a great show. You know, it is not going to change your life, and it is not going to inspire you to greatness, but it's the closest I've seen to what could be described as Dwarf Fortress the Animu. And... like, once we get to the point with systems design where we can have that kind of dynamic nonsense, it'll be feckin' rad. So Stiggs was saying they always assumed Dark Souls took place in some sort of afterlife. I think Dark Souls 2 canonically does take place in some sort of afterlife, but Agony Schadenfreude. I can see where you're going. Oh, Geese is looking at Devolver sales on Steam. Reckon yo. let me bring up my Steam. But then Stiggs was going on to say that it took place in someone's personal hell. Well, with games like Dark Souls, I think having that kind of interpretation, there's nothing wrong with it. My personal interpretation of it was, you know, in a land of immortals, eventually dying and re-dying, like going through the experience of dying so many times just grinds down the psyche, it weighs on the soul until eventually people just give up. When your fire goes out is when you truly go hollow. And the reason why we as the protagonist, we as the player character are able to get to the end, we're able to affect change, is purely because we don't give up. We keep going. No, I'm sorry. Wish Subaru's fire would go out. I mean, we're all waiting. But it's one of those things where there's certain artistic mediums which are really good to inspire you in other spheres that are themselves not good. Like I was saying, so I got reincarnated as slime. It's an anime, it's on Crunchyroll, and it's not great. Even when you used to play games as kids with other kids, and you'd use imaginary weapons on each other, and then someone would be like, but I have the magical shield of that doesn't hurt me, and you'd be like, well, I have the goes around shields boomerang laser, and they'd be like, well, I have anti-boomerangs. It's kind of like that as a show. But what's fascinating about it is that it essentially starts with a Generosaur fantasy universe and drops in a player character. And the player character, through the tools they're given, affects the world. But it affects the world on initially on a person-to-person level, but then scales up on a nation-to-nation level. And I love the idea of being able to have that kind of experience in a game. Like, you start off just as a little person, like, boop, 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 and by the end of it, you're doing city management with all sorts of cool stuff and into politics. Like, starting off a game of, let's go with Age of Wonders, but starting it off as a single-person hack and slash. I love stuff like that. I think it was called Dark Cloud in the UK, but it was called something else over here, which was a JRPG that let you build bases. Also, going back to what Kisa was saying, so Devolver Digital are having a sale on Steam right now, and there are 3 absolute, 4 if you didn't get a chance to play Carrion. There's so many bangers. Gato-Robo, Katana Zero is on sale, and Loop Hero, which has been an absolute treasure. Mine says, kind of how Fable 3 shifted its perspective midway, though. It did. We've talked a lot about Fable 3, mainly because it tried to do that and didn't quite land, but it gave it a bloody good go. But it was absolutely a fascinating experiment. And I'd love to see more games try for that, you know? Oh, God. Sorry, I just had the mental realization that I have almost every Devolver game on Steam. Huh. Well, so Arjun... Oh, okay, sorry. That's a property that I haven't encountered yet. Well, and numbers Devolver published Gris. Though it's sometimes very difficult to deconstruct all the bangers in Devolver's lineup from from the like in-house dev stuff. Well, actually, so Aikawa, that's a really good point. Loop Hero is probably the thing that's got me thinking about Dark Souls again. Like, what is the perspective of someone trapped in an infinite loop in a small sphere of time and space? Do you know what I mean? And Loop Hero kind of like discusses and addresses a fair wedge of that, and I'm feckin' for it, yo. Oh, Vanderbeest, I'm sorry, I didn't thank you for filling the pint glass there. You feckin' ledge. That's me being a terrible host. Anyway, TLDR of this Animu type banter is that there's a lot of things we still can't do easily in video games, and we're still working towards those. We can't have truly dynamic, reactive stories yet. We have games like Dwarf Fortress and things like that, which are systematic. Well, systematic is the wrong word, but the systems are dynamic and reactive enough as to create stories, but they aren't. You won't have dialogues with these characters. There isn't. It isn't able to generate arcs or stories. And so I look at Animu situations where that's simulated to an extent, and I get really excited about it. Yeah, Stigs. Outer Wilds is a very fascinating take on the kind of the repeat Groundhog Day. Oh god, is Outer Wilds an isekai? I hate that I just said that out loud. Sorry, I will hang my beret and I will retire my streaming company for saying that out loud. Well, actually, and we can talk about this today because it's something we talked about a lot going through Control. That Control has a great grasp of both narrative and meta-narrative throughout, but Control never acknowledges death. So, in the narrative of Control, Jesse never dies. And if you die while playing as Jesse, you just pop back up at a save point, losing a few resources, but never acknowledged. As opposed to something like, I mean, Dark Souls is the ham-fisted example, but Dark Souls acknowledges your death within the world, and that you yourself are going to die. Kisa, no. Kisa says D&D is an isekai for your mind. I'm sorry. Hey, Cryosticks, you do not need to apologize at all, friend. No one ever needs to apologize for getting excitable about games. Like, I was keeping the conversational thread, but you are right. Like, the Serious Sam games are something that are definitely worth experiencing. And considering they're on super duper whooper sale right now, you should consider picking them up. Because before it was cool to go back and look at the old school style of... before it was cool to go back and look at the old shooters, Serious Sam was basically continuing the focus on, like, classic, you have 10 guns, you're always running backwards, everything's exploding all the time. And it got on to do some very interesting things in that space. When everybody else was switching to 2 guns and having you crouch behind a wall, Sam just runs and screams. Well, the other guys do screaming. Oh god, there's so many good games in the sale. Alright, so yeah, friends, if you hop onto Steam and have a look at the Devolver sale, like Bennett Foddy, the Red Strings Club, Jesus, that still haunts me. In a good way, if that makes sense. Heavy Bullets and Ollie Ollie 1 and 2, which I lived on. Mother Russia Bleeds, if you need a brawler and don't mind it being a little bit nasty. And Stories Untold, one of the most interesting takes on horror that we've seen since feckin' oh, don't look at the monster, ye olde crazy people. God, how have I forgotten it? It's like one of the feckin' touchstones of modern horror games. Alright, I'm gonna need more coffee because I've forgotten it. And, man, okay, you're right. Saying that there are good games in a Devolver sale is kind of a moot point. But, like... Amnesia, thank you, Graphite Sparrow. For some reason, that dropped out of my head. And yes, I see the irony in what I just spoke aloud. Observation is very good. I mean, Observation's very clever. God. There is something to be said for how Devolver has carefully curated its list of games. And they've created such a strong brand identity just based on quality. Like, there aren't many other non-Nintendo publishers that can say that. Iko says, I love how every Devolver game can be described as arty-farty. Yes! Even when it's being just stupid and violent, there's a care and an intent. Oh, John Wick Hex is in there? Feckin' yo! I really liked John Wick Hex. There's a couple of games popping up that... Oh, yes. So Backslash popped up, and I was like, why did I pick that up? Oh, because it's a fighting game. I have nothing against fighting games personally, but I'm too old and too ginned up at this point to say that I'm gonna actually get into a new fighting game. Also, is Sludge Life still free on Epic? God. C222 makes a good point that it's not just quality, there's sort of a bespoke, handmade quality to them. Like, curation of a brand identity in that way is not easy, and yet they've fucking done it. Oh, hey Kimball, how you doing? There's a Devolver Digital sale on Steam, so I went over to have a look, and now I'm just basically gushing about Devolver games. Oh shit! Speaking of which, if it's coming up towards E3 time, it might be coming up towards next Devolver Digital showing. So whether or not we do E3 Bowl is somewhat up in the air because it might not be worth it. It might just be very boring. However, we will do what we did last time, which is if they do a new Devolver Digital video, we will do an absolute viewing party. So we will watch all the Devolver Digital episodes and then watch the new one together. Kimball's like, I should take a look in the morning. Yeah, it's worth it. Numbers has talked to me about Observation. Observation is a fascinating game. You play the onboard AI of a spaceship going through some weird hijinks. And it's kind of... I don't know what to call it. It's not full-on... It's not full-on horror, but it goes places. It has puzzle-solving elements as you play the ship's onboard computer, finding out what happened during this deep space exploration mission. It's gorgeous. It is definitely not for anybody that gets motion sickness because, oh boy, it's in space. Oh, an Observation is from the UI lead from Alien Isolation. I should have bloody known one of the AI crew was working on that one, because it shines through. Whoa! Holy feck! I don't know if that's a Humble Store error or if someone just spent $116 on Humble Games. Either way, whoever that was, feckin' thank you. Like, sadly, Steam don't do a partner link, so it's, you know. Oh, okay, so Shackle says that Humble's having a sale on Square Enix games. It's just that time of year. Well, sincerely, Shackle, thank you.
Oh hey, turns out Humble Store is having a sale on lots of Square Enix games.
Feckin' we, thank you. Geezer says Steam would make gangbusters if they did. Steam are making so much money hand over fist. I don't think they consider the value in little peeps like us. Like, they barely support Steam groups. And those have ended up just becoming kind of like bullying parties to try and get devs to send free games. It would be lovely, but yeah, Shackle's correct. Like, Square Enix are doing a huge sale right now. Whatever you do, don't buy Left Alive. Just don't do it. I'm a huge Armored Core fan. Don't buy Left Alive. That game makes me sad. I'm trying to see if there's anything. If there's anything here. Well, I mean, Nier Automata for 20 quid's in there, which is fucking grand. And the Final Fantasy 15 Windows Edition for 18 quid. I still love that game, and so much stuff it does. Oh, Gavin says, technically we have a Steam group. We do. Salen says, Front Mission Evolved is $5. Or, you could just take $5, crumple them up into your hand, and then sit on that $5 until it grows into a nice egg, an egg of money. It will be a more pleasant experience, I assure you. Sorry. Okay, Front Mission Evolved isn't as bad as Left Alive, but it tried to be a 3D action game in the Front Mission universe, and it lacks any of the weight, the detail, the care. It's kind of, it feels like we outsourced this to an American company and just left it. Cryotix is also pointing out there's a bunch of heavy metal comics. Bleed Nora! I can't keep up with all these deals! I'm just one man! I'm just one man! Oh yes, there is a ton of heavy metal comics, if that is a thing that you need in your life. I mean, if it's not an image comic, who even needs speaking, right? It's overrated. If it's not an Image Comics produced thing, I don't know diddly squat about it. So I'll be going on your recommendations for that, you know what I mean? Naughty. Hey, alright, you know what, Kisa? That's the best idea. I'm gonna drink a little bit more coffee, I'm gonna use my big loud people words, and we'll go from there. Gaffine says, I assume you're picking up Achilles Shield Maidens. You mean Sejic does giant robots? Yeah. I actually stopped reading, what was it? I stopped reading Rat Queens when he stopped doing the art. Oh yeah, and, sorry, Martin was saying that when building Gundams, the unused parts in the sprue make him nervous. Yeah, for some of them, especially the less signature mechs, they have standard sprues, especially with like the PNs or with anything that shares parts. So you can often come away with leftovers and you're meant to. I've got a monstrous amount of leftovers, and at some point I'm gonna try and like see if I can like build a mech out of it or something. I might have to buy one of the mechs that has like a pre-made skeleton. Numbers is asking if anyone's played Lost Sphere. No, I haven't. I have not. Hello, Jafar James. Watto. Coming in. Oh, and C2 saying that the shuttle also has extra unused Lego parts. Yeah. Well, it's whenever you do like injection molding stuff, it can often be more cost-effective to print an entire sprue rather than half a sprue, because the amount of time it takes to swap out the molds, by my understanding. Okie dokie lokers. I'm definitely going to need to pour myself another coffee in a second so I can be a good conversational Mother Hubbard. But feckin' hell, there are a ton of games. I guess this is like, I guess what, like the week or two before the E3 announcements and stuff, so Steam Summer Sale will be kicking off soon. God, yeah, that has been the thing of lockdown has definitely thrown the usual like games purchasing cycle way out of whack. So it feels strange to have all these. It feels strange to have all of these sales all dropping at the same time. Bismarck, okay, well, no, not a proper E3, like E3 digital. And I'm still amazed that E3 is even crawling along by its fingertips. However, it does mark kind of like a midpoint of the year. God, there's just so much stuff on sale right now. Mine says we haven't even hit the Steam Spring Sale. I thought that... Oh, no. Golden Week's going on right now, isn't it? Yeah. Yo! Whoever that was, feckin' thank you. No, you're right. I'm getting my Steam sales mixed up, because Steam Summer Sale is usually during PAX Prime, and the Spring Sale is usually right after E3, yeah. Kyle was like, I gotta save to move in a few months. I can feel the sales targeting me. I mean, you know, if there's something you like Loop Hero or something like that, you know, a couple of quid here, something that's gonna get like a good amount of mileage out of it, like, treat yourself. You're a hard-working Mother Hubbard. Sorry, and just to say again, thank you to whoever that was that's using the feckin' Humble link partners, because, like, I love Humble as a setup, but I know it's a pain in the ass to go through another additional store and then copy the key over and stuff, so thank you. Do you know what I do think, though? Is that whilst we will see the death of E3 in the next few years, it'll be interesting that that'll still be the time of year where everybody starts their big marketing push. Like, I think we'll still have this, like, this summer clump of announcements. Because, especially this summer, will probably be one of the lesser engaged times that we'll see for video gaming. Sorry, you all know my theories on this one. Because we've had such a bountiful harvest in the video game space for the last year and a half, because we've all been stuck indoors, you know, hopefully, touch wood, with all out vaccinations and elements like that, we're all going to be able to go and hang out and live in the world this summer, and that's going to have a knock-on effect in terms of like video game sales and things like that. So really, it's kind of the ideal time to do big announcements and stuff like that. Aw, and Real Hunter, that's feckin' cool of you, yo. That's real cool of you. I never know which Final Fantasy ports are the good ones that we're meant to pick up and which are the ones we're meant to avoid. Alright, so friendos, I desperately need to do a car. What was that?
Announce the game. Quick. Before they have options that include outside again.
I mean, it's dark, but I can see them thinking that. But the thing that's going to be interesting is that, like, when things return to normal, and I'm saying, like, we're all vaccinated, happy, going about our lives again, and we've gotten through the post-lockdown feckin' wee! Like, once we're past that, that is what I'm going to be interested to see, because I have a theory, and I don't... Okay, we have some data to back this up, so this isn't just Will being like a shamanistic Egypt, just, you know, reading chicken bones in a bowl. I think that we're going to see I think we're going to see an increase in video game spending even after lockdown has finished. I think that the last year and a change has probably put video games into the forefront of culture, at least in North America. Like, I'm very much in English-speaking territories, and I think people are going to continue to be part of that ecosystem. And so I think we're going to see an overall increase in people playing video games. Like, every household that spent all that money buying a console, now people that have been delving into video games they would have otherwise not had time for, I think we're going to see an uptick in general users, and I'm real excited for that. You know, more people to share this feckin' wonderful art medium with, you know? Ikawa says, do you think the Switch will be less affected by that because it's portable and will be traveling more? I see your logic, and I think you're correct, but I don't think it'll be enough to really move the needle. Like... Brian saying, well, when there's more than 3 PS5 games to buy anyway. I know what you mean. I'm still... You know what? I'm still genuinely surprised Sony went to market last year. There isn't the content, and there's not the supply. And a lot of the demand is purely based on brand loyalty and brand identity. Returner seems like the only PS5 game that I've seen that's properly PS5 exclusive. And it's certainly interesting. I mean, it hits all of my arty-farty buttons. And can be summed up best as, what if Hades but alien? Neosto said Demon Souls? I mean, the Demon Souls remastering is very, very good. Anna says it was like Sony and Microsoft were watching each other to blink and they didn't. I don't disagree with that, though. Microsoft's going for a whole different play right now. Yo! Okay, you lot are going on a humble store spree. Feckin' thank you, all of you. Feckin' we. So whoever that was, thank you kindly. Oh, Plunge got Resident Evil Village. Nice. I'm going to be behind you lot on Resident Evil Village, because I am going to get...
Backwards comparability isn't important, says manufacturers who consistently launch new consoles without new games worth playing on them.
Right? And the Xbox strategy seems very, very different. I mean, they're all about getting you on Game Pass. They're all about, like, dumping a ton of games on you so that you don't even have time to go to any other platforms. Yeah, so sorry, I went off into space for a second there. I'm going to go get another coffee before we start playing Control. But I just wanted to finish a couple of those thoughts. One was, Fiona played through Resident Evil 7, like half of it back in the day, and I'm going to help her finish Resi 7 so that we can both go into Resident Evil 8. And Real Hunter, I don't necessarily agree with that statement, but I will say that by being stuck indoors, a lot of people have been exposed to facets of video games as a medium that they wouldn't have otherwise seen. And I don't think that's something that people will be able to take away. Rogue Keys still wants Hyper Light Drifter Special Edition on PC. Was there console exclusive DLC? I didn't know that. And that kind of... See, Rogue, it hurts me knowing the business. See, console exclusive DLC or platform exclusive DLC can feckin' do one. I'm not a fan of it. However, the amount of money that a developer can get by agreeing to do something like that, even something very small, is stupid. And if Sony or whoever are prepared to pour, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of dollars on a deal like that, that's so much stress taken off of your game's development budget. It could be the difference between launching broken and launching, smooth. And it's I hate understanding how the business side works because I want to admonish teams that do that. But it makes business sense. I hate it. I hate it. I mean, I want Bloodborne on PC. I want Bloodborne on PC right the bloody hell now. Sony, get on it. However, it would be a dumb move for them to put Bloodborne on PC because it's still shifting units. It is a game with such a long tail and reputation that is capable of selling a whole ass console by itself. And that is powerful. Yeah, and Cryostix, I think that's the thing to focus on. This last year and a half has given us... We've all had to deal with a lot of everything. But you know what we've done? We've made it through. You heckin' team of badasses. That's the thing to focus on. And it's a really nice takeaway to say that not only did we make it through, but also video games have become an even bigger part of the public consciousness. And I'm real happy about that. Brian was saying they bought a second PS4 years ago so they could finally play Bloodborne. Yup. And as Bismarck's saying, it's a major reason why Nintendo stuff will never be on PC. Yup. Because brand value is very, very important. One of the dumb things that Sega did during their transition from console games as primary to PC games as primary was to put up all the old Sega classic games on Steam for fuck all money. There was a time where you could buy packs of 10 classic Mega Drive / Genesis games for $10. And it's it's a cracking deal for us as consumers. But what it meant is a lot of those classic games were suddenly worth $1, maybe $2. DJ, who designed the background? How do you come up with the line? Oh, Band of Elope designed the Longship logos and whatnot. How did we come up with it? I don't know. We started with Viking Blonde as a jumping off point, and I guess we were all in the same boat together. Everything for the Longship happened very quickly in the space of about a day and a half. For those of you who don't know, kind of our origin story is I was working for another company who turned out to be a pile of poopy duty heads. And I was streaming full-time and running a channel. And Thor over at Go Pirate Software... Oh yeah, kind of, pun intended. Pun intended. Thor over at Go Pirate Software said that I needed to stop being a miserable sack of potatoes in the bath, and I needed to keep streaming. In fact, his exact words were, if you stream this game right now, I will raid you. And, well, 3 years later, we're still here. That's why we ended up with Viking Blonde, because it was my old username, and it was kind of a joke on being ginger, and the Longship and everything kind of popped up from that, and yeah. There was no grand scheme. There was no branding documents, you know? Yeah, sorry, Rogue, going back to that, yeah, the second that Sega released those old classic games in those bundle packets, they devalued a lot of their properties. And it's hard to rebuild brand value. Like, Zelda is worth bank. And you can always sell a Zelda game for bank. The cost and the value and the quality of those titles has been carried through, and it's very powerful. And sadly, Sonic's not had the same treatment. Like, I mean, Sonic still makes stupid amounts of money, but that's mostly in licensing. However, that's another kettle of monkeys. Like, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna make a coffee, because I'm gasping for another coffee. Let's get into Control, because there's gonna be so much ground to cover that we can talk about this. And we can talk about brand values, we can talk about, like, you know, maintaining quality and cost of game. Roki says there's a reason why Sega's games go on sale a lot, Nintendo's don't. Well, it's also worth pointing out, Roki, that Sega changed their business model to PC as primary quite a few years back. So, like, the games wing of Sega still makes big money, but it makes it in very different ways. A lot of their original IP stuff is focused around, like, PC or re-release of, like, Japanese properties, turning them into international properties. Like, look at how they've handled Yakuza as a brand. Yakuza has been changed drastically. They also got Atlas, so Persona! It's a great time. Yeah. Oh yeah, and as C222 is saying, well, and Kaimball is like, merchandising is where it's happening. Because Kaimball's adding Sonic was licensed to Nintendo, yup. For Smash Brothers and for... Oh, there was something else. Oh yes, the Sonic and Mario games. And you know Sega made bank on that. Utopia Heart says, does Sony sell computer parts or just devices? Correct me if I'm wrong, it's just devices. But their whole thing extends to, like, instruments, audio equipment, televisions, car stereos. Like, Sony's brand as a whole is very, very spread out. And I don't think that Sony Gaming is the largest part of Sony's operation, you know what I mean? Okay, no, alright, I mean it. I'm gonna make a coffee, and then let's get into Control, because we're just about to start the Alan Wake DLC, and I have been excited to see this ever since it was announced that Alan Wake was going to be in Control. So, please don't go anywhere. Go get yourself a drink and some snacks, and we can keep talking about this, or we can talk about whatever the bloody hell we want. Because it's Thursday, we could do what we want! Thank you all for waiting. Okie dokie. So, just to quickly recap, we're going to be jumping into Control. Let me get my pad ready. We're just about to start the Alan Wake content. We finished Foundation last time. I don't know if there's any Fafamancy we need to do before we start jumping into the Alan Wake stuff. Kakazi Watto. Coming in, coming in. Down. So your timing is spot on. Sweet mercy in a cup. Alright. Let's get this feckin' started. Oh, Kakazi says they're still technically at work, but not missing out. So let's try this again. I mean, feckin' we, right? But yeah, I'm not sure if there's any content that we need to get stuck into in between now and like leaping into the Alan Wake stuff. So I'll have a look at missions. God, has it been like 2 weeks since we got into this? Bloody feels like it. Bloody feels like it. Get both ears on. Because yeah, we finished up on Foundation. And I think we checked in with all the NPCs we had available to us. But it's like, after we finished the main game, there was additional content that became available. And I don't know if anything else has popped up since we finished Foundation. Oh, excuse me. God, I'm so sorry. Oh, that caught me off guard. Oh, very sorry. I don't know if there's any more content from here that we need to be aware of. Let's move this down. Lots of grey space. Oh, we're looking very stylish. And who's that? Oh, Willing Outcast, Watto. We were just about to start getting ourselves into trouble. And do let me know how the audio is, dear friends. Oh, yes, Brian was saying that the jukebox area is available, but that's kind of very optional. Good point. But I don't believe the jukebox had any additional... Alright, it's definitely between the gold suit. You know what? No, it's got to be director's suit. If we're going to go hang out with Alan Wake, we've got to be styling. Yeah, so I was under the impression that, as you were saying, the jukebox is more of a grindy arcade space rather than a narrative unlock. Kakazi says there may be a few notes and recordings, but nothing critical. I mean... Brian was saying there is a suit to be unlocked, but it's not as cool as the others. Understandable, understandable. The thing that I don't want to miss out on is, well, Threshold kids, let's be honest. As much as it unsettles me and keeps me awake at night, They're so well made. And the last Threshold Kids that we got was was one of the properly unsettling ones. Was the green view.
I don't want to hear this.
You don't want to hear how we're just sheep being led to slaughter by our own ignorance? Fine, fine.
Well, I tell you what, let's have a little trundle around the office while we decide if we're leaping straight into Alan Wake stuff. So before I grabbed coffee, we were talking about like Nintendo brand values and stuff, right? And it's another one of those things where I really... Oh, Kakazi's going to look up and see if there's a Threshold episode Kids in the Jukebox Land. Okay, I mean, have a look. We're in no rush. It's another one of those things that I sometimes dislike understanding the business of video games and the difference that these things make. That, you know, I'm not a fan of how
We're still in lockdown, for Christ's sake.
Nintendo's exclusivity and how they release and re-release old titles and the cost they have per game, even if it's just essentially an emulated version of a title we already own. I'm not a fan of it, but it works. And by maintaining a level of quality and by maintaining that release and re-release, they've been able to keep a massive amount of value behind things like, especially Zelda and Mario. Like, their core IP franchises.
When do you think Marshall's coming back? It's not like her to be absent during a crisis.
Oh, she's...
Marshall's as tough as they come. You don't need to worry about her.
Yeah, that. But I know we checked in with Pope and with the others to see if there was any new dialogue elements around this way, which there was not.
So, the director whose brother is his just happens to find this.
Oh, shush you. Not you lot, obviously.
There, director.
Well, we'll hang out here in the lobby for a second. Kyle says that Sony Japan and Nintendo have the strictest compliance rules and testing. Yup! Couldn't make me go back if you wanted. I do not miss having to deal with brand agreements and all that kind of nonsense, let me feckin' tell you. While I do miss having the support of a company, I do not miss having to deal with that kind of level of nonsense. Cryostic says, I've got to say, hanging out in the main hub of control in the longship's got a cozy vibe. It does. There's also, I think it's because they do such a wonderful job of slowly unfurling this area. Like, of slowly making it into, like, the central hub, the main base of operations. You know, when you start, you're the one that feckin' cleanses the control point. And then slowly people are moved in and found. It gives this feeling of like you're having a genuine impact. And I really like that. I know that's not like a great big arty-farty clever point or anything, but it makes me think, you know?
That's what they're saying. I heard something about him falling into a different dimension.
That sounds like a perfect way for a man of science to go. Godspeed, brave son of a bitch.
Kybal says on Starlink they had to sign a second NDA just for Nintendo. Starlink's the jet fighter toys as games thing, because I've got Fox McCloud's ship kicking around here somewhere because it was like $5 in Freddy's.
Pope is now head of research. It's official.
Everything's good here, director.
Okay, and Kakazi's saying that the only story lore content in the jukebox is a few tapes providing context for missing expedition stuff. No Threshold Kids. Okay. Brian's like, executive filing shrine. It's like if the original Bonfire had a coffee machine.
Ashen One, please bring more coffee filters. Yeah.
Alright, let's go hang out with Mr. Wake. Alright, so from this point on, gonna be going into some stuff. We haven't seen Alan Wake since, well, I guess American Nightmares technically before Alan Wake. So, last time I hung out with Mr. Wake proper was 360 era flashing flashlights at people and avoiding very, very dodgy baddies. Artie confirmed for Framp. Oh, actually, no, Kakazi, that's a great idea. Thank you for the recommendation. Let's do that. Sorry, Kakazi was recommending that we rewatch the hotline video on this particular area to get to as a reminder, and I think I'm cool with that. So here's the ones from Marshall. Yeah, here's the one from Alan Wake. So this is the call that starts this DLC. Cryostick says, and then below this place is New Londo Catering. Oh, instead of Taco Bell, it's 2 bells. Because, you know, 1 Baja Blast and you'll ring them both. Damn it, now I want Taco Bell. However, even though the microphone here has the sensitivity turned down because I'm a very loud person, I am worried about you having to hear me rip ass via the means of Taco Bell. And I'm certainly not drunk enough to think it's a good idea. Brian's saying, if you've not seen the Dark Souls toilet Twitter account, you're missing out. Well, I'm still stuck off of Twitter at the moment. I'll mail them again. Alright. Oh, and let me know how sound that is.
The elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle, trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away. And made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences.
Mate, Mavis Beacon taught you better than this.
More than the man's despair that made her follow the call.
Yeah, I'm with Caffeine. His typing is doing me a damage. Thingy's out. Don't look at the keys.
There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
Yeah, sir. Mavis Beacon did not die, so you could type like a numpty. And I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit. Let me know if there's more that's needed. Lizzie's, Mario taught me well. Yeah, let me know how it goes. If I need to tweak any audio volume stuff. Yeah, Brian, he's meant to be an author. He types for a living. Cryostick says that hope the actor would do Alan Wake short film. Well, it's something we talked about the other day. I'm very glad they didn't try and do like an Alan Wake TV show or an Alan Wake short film, because Alan Wake's strength was basically in adapting Twin Peaks into a video game format and making it work. I feel like trying to do a television adaptation of Alan Wake is like a copy of a copy of a copy. And like Twin Peaks as a show works due to its subversion of expectation. Like David Lynch not giving a hot fuck, having people laugh for 3 minutes on screen and have a fucking hoedown for almost no reason. Anyway, Going down, investigation sector, and Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, but Cryosticks, the guy who plays Alan Wake and who played Darling, cracking actor. And oh. Ugh, I shouldn't be surprised it's immediately jet black. You need a fucking flashlight. Akisa, yeah, I can get you one of those breakfast egg and ham cheeses from Dunkin'. Oh. Well. Yeah, Ark of the Conclave, Wake and Darling's the same actor. Let there be light.
Hello? Anyone here? Guess not.
The power's on. See, this is interesting because, sorry to...
Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the Bureau.
Sorry, this is interesting, and I know I'm not saying anything that's going to surprise anyone drastically, but the one thing that we've seen about the oldest house, about our journey through control, is how light is often weaponized against us. But in here, there's almost a lack of it. It feels empty. It feels lost and abandoned, rather than the usual feeling we get from going into new areas, which is like a hostile brightness. Alright. Oh, Darling's been doing some investigations. Alright, here we go! Who's ready for reading? Brian and Darling. Last person I called Darling was pregnant 20 seconds later. Woof! If news of my demise should get out, thousands of girls would kill themselves when they should be on my face. Woof! Ah, Lord Flashheart. Absolute terror. And Brick Mail, an absolute treasure. Okay, so this is compiled by Tim by order of Head of Investigation. So, per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, internal investigations was launched into the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, Head of Research, despite the accounts of anonymous whare regarding inhumane treatment of whare currently housed in the Bureau. Our official findings regarding this were inconclusive. Numerous obstacles are aroused during this investigation. The majority of whare sector personnel seem to be wholly unaware of any such whare contained here. One whare confirmed the whare's code name to be whare, but all files pertaining to that name were inaccessible, being classified under the highest clearance level. Investigators were similarly blocked from entering the whare research wing to interview the staff. The matter was further complicated by the lack of clarity on whether non-human paranatural entities warrant humane treatment. That's an easy one to say. While this investigation cannot address any charges against Dr. Darling, who we do recommend investigations into research. Alright, what else we got? We got this. Oh wow, there's going to be a lot of things to go through. Kakazi says, also interestingly how I automatically assume investigation is down there. It was a lower button on the elevator, but we learnt that in this house that means nothing. True, up and down's a very abstract concept, except when it comes to the Foundation. Oh. Okay, so interestingly, Cryosticks was saying the same gentleman plays Darling, does the voice of Alan Wake, but isn't the face of Alan Wake. It's alright. A game responsible for making a large proportion of white dudes wear a hoodie under everything. Okay, Mr. Dennis! A request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all our files on Bright Falls. Bright Falls is where Alan Wake took place. Specifically, the different spirits of the author, Alan Wake. Alan! Alan! Sorry. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers give up the folder of the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate material is either missing or redacted. But I'm writing to let you know that we received this request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Sounds familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective whose hard-boiled crime books Alan Wake wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing the name of the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into the case dealing with the writer's fictions coming true. I think this is worth looking into. What's your opinion? Just give the word, I'll start surveillance on the guy.
Alan!
Bless you lot. And Vanderby, sorry. On top of filling the pint glass a great many times, thank you kindly for the 200 bits. I'm at this point with Control where I almost want to take my time more. You know, I don't want to blitz through it. Redacted Alan.
Alan. Steve.
Alan! Alan! God. Okay, has any of you who are not, who didn't grow up in the UK, have any of you seen, oh my god, how have I just blanked on it? I've literally been quoting Steve Coogan. Oh my god. Alan Partridge. Because I'm curious to see if Alan Partridge translates to an international audience. Anyway, Mr. Kirkland, here are the list of agents confirmed missing, presumed dead, in the containment breach yesterday. Agent Jonathan Connor, researcher Ezra Cruz, Agent Caroline Dempsey, Agent Lindsay Malcolm, Charles Murray, and Derek Saar. Letters of condolences will be delivered, you will sign, send them to the families, updated as soon as additional information is made. Also, per your request, a network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Unfortunately, a large number of active investigations were not archived yet, and the only hard copies of the reports existed beyond the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. C222 says they're aware of Alan Partridge, but blame Fremily for that one. Yeah, no, that's fair. Hang on. God, there's a lot. All right.
Team Chaos.
Team Chaos! I was just about to say a thank you to Vanderbeest for filling the pint glass once more. House order style. God, the change in lighting here is drastic. Oh, tractor supplement. Oh, man, I love tractor supplements. Sorry, so Lizzie, thank you for 600 bits. Feckin' yo! And whoever that spooky ghost anonymous cheerer was, thank you as well. Feckin' yo. Alright, so who wants to learn about tractors? Alright, so case summary. 33-year-old man found dead in his property, per police report. Remains obtained from the coroner's office also included blood, urine, bile, stomach contents, and bone fragments. It basically looked like a little Lunchables packet. Autopsy findings. Blunt force injuries, head, lacerations, left ear and cheek, blunt force injuries, extremities, dislocation of the right knee, complete avulsion of the upper right extremity with associated fracture of the proximal right humerus. I bet he didn't find it very funny. Extensive trauma in the abdominal region. Complete avulsion of multiple organs, including stomach, heart, liver, pancreas, kidneys, proportions of the large and small intestine, all missing from the scene. It is my opinion that Mr. Burrow's death is not the result of a mechanical accident, as claimed by the authorities. The removal of the organs is consistent with an animal attack. Kakazi, Lunchables, yeah. That's how that case report came in. I really wish I had a feckin' flashlight. Does anyone want any generic off-brand snacks while I'm at the snack machine? Just, Alright. Evolution is the action of completely torn away. Okay. To whom it may concern, it is with great anger and regret that I tender my resignation as head of investigations for the Federal Bureau of Control. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard for my department's My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions to speak louder than my words ever could. I blame this situation on our who has routinely ignored my request for assistance in reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector lost to the loose inside. I will never forget the screams of brave agents begging for us to open the firebreak. I will carry that shame for the rest of my days. The has failed his agents. I shall never forgive him for that. Yours sincerely, William Kirkland. Alright, God, there's so much. Law for days? Law for days. Alright, we're definitely going to head to the sector head office first. Staffing issue. Mr. Dennis! So, yes, there's an increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force to examine exactly why that is. However, it seems that a teeny little detail has slipped through the cracks. We don't have the staff. If you expect us to detect, investigate, and process more AWE cases, you need to give us more people! Simple math. Between the staff we lost at the Hartman thing and the ones who left for the other departments after Kirkland quit, we're barely managing to keep up. Hell, filing the paperwork for all the altered items we left behind in the sector has been an ordeal. Another thing, this is going to sound paradoxical, but we have an overcrowding situation. This lobby isn't meant to accommodate the whole sector's worth of staff. We put forward a motion to move investigations to a more suitable location months ago. It better not be sitting on your desk. The people were getting restless. And, as Kirkland's interim replacement, it is your job to handle it. Best regards, Agent Grayson. Nothing bad happened to Agent Grayson, the end. Alright. Knock, knock! That's how we open doors. Oh, okay, yeah, Kisa's get some cheese chips. Kakazi, yeah, I can grab you a pack of fiber. If anyone else wants anything, just you know, let us know. Alright, I tell you what, let's turn some bloody lights on here, I tell thee. Already tell thee. Hadouken! I said Hadouken! Excuse me, has anyone seen a power cell? Kyle was like, a pandemic actually probably helped with staffing issues. I love the idea that everyone comes out the old house being like, wow, I can't believe we survived that. And everyone's like, wow, you made it through the pandemic? And everyone's like, yes. It's not a dimensional attack from a song that gets stuck in your head. No, 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 no. It was definitely the pandemic that we saved from. Definitely. Super duper. All right. To Chief Investigator Dennis. It happened again. Third time this year, something clearly has to be done for our... Could be raccoons. Locals certainly complain about them enough, but why the hell would raccoons keep going after a monitoring station? Doesn't add up. Anyway, I've got a bureau tech on site next week, take it look. Next on list of recurring problems is the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on Whale Lake if they won't let me see any data? Hell, I don't even know what we're researching out there. We need a petition. A petition to them. We need to petition them again to share the info with our investigating agents. It's only a matter of time before this hits again, and I want to be prepared. Anyway, if anyone at HQ asks why Bright Falls reports are a little thin this month, tell them it's because we don't have any readings. In the meantime, I'll investigate some raccoon traps. Yours sincerely, Agent Estevez. You know, it's Estevez of the Yorkshire Dales. I hope Hindle's not in, I'm sorry. God, this... Alright, there is a lot to go through here. Hope you're all down for some reading. Kyle like, we need a union! Yep. And apparently a cool space helmet. Alright, so here we go. Trench. Official warning. Oh, it's grumbly whingebag Mr. McHiss Trench himself. Kirkland. I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but you are head of investigations. This failure is your responsibility. Wow, Trench is a douche nozzle. What did you think was happening holding a dangerous specimen in investigations? The containment sector exists for a reason. They are better trained and better equipped at this type of work. In fact, they have remarkably taken on certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff are no longer capable of. Trench, you're such a ween. This happens more and more. And don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You're a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You're both failures plotting against me. You are traitors, but the truth will emerge you. You are choosing to become my enemy, Kirkland. You don't want to be. Wow, Trench was a slam chode. I was running out of descriptors for him there. Oh, okay, so Kakazi says that in this room, the astronaut helmet, please remember it, it will be relevant later. Okay. Now, Brian says, if memory serves, it's worthwhile introducing every vending machine you find to some bullets. Yeah? Okay, so by redacted, by order of Kirkland. So, official findings report where? Per an authorization of Mr. Kirkland, where was launched into the where of Director Zachariah Trench. A recent change in where witnessed in Director Trench included aggressive where when where with other staff has been observed. However, this investigation is aimed at interpreting this issue rather than proving it. Notable where between Dr. Trench and Dr. Darling has been witnessed by numerous Bureau staff, although both declined to meet for an interview on the matter. Witness accounts suggest that arguments center around the Dimensional Research Wing and they kept inside. However, no evidence exists to confirm Director Trench has anything more than interpersonal disagreements. This investigation has concluded that Director Trench's behavior does not indicate any that his fitness to lead is not in question. Refer to where for further report. Yeah, it turns out you all biffed it on that one. Also, space! Alright, and one more. Underhill's background. God. They're pouring information on us. Okay, so Dr. Ryan Underhill is a professor at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology. Woodrow was the doctor down in the whole delicious chewy mold sector. Well, delicious crunchy mold sector, sorry. It's chewy mold if you leave it out for too long. She is served with no incidents or demerits and is praised by those who formerly worked with her, including Dr. Darling. Dr. Underhill has no known connections to paracriminal organization. Wait, paracriminal? Paracriminal. Para-utilitarian is often referred to as individuals who can utilize AWEs for, or objects of power for special powers. What is a paracriminal? I mean, J-Post, actually you can't get special mode on DoorDash. You might be able to get it through Uber Eats, but I think that's on a per region basis. Vanderbeest, what is paracriminals? 2 criminals. Okay, or any record of breaching her NDA since leaving the Bureau. Her civilian behavior has been ideal, with the exception of an ongoing personal relationship with Dr. Darling that appears to have begun during their time as co-workers in the research sector, and revisited intermittently ever since. Depending on the duration of her work in the Holdest House, it may be required to have both parties sign a relationship clearance form. That doesn't sound bad at all. Anyway, investigation found no reasons to deny Dr. Darling's request to offer Dr. Underhill an interim position. Okay. But yeah, just the idea that the Bureau has to deal with paracriminology. Also, again, one of the few areas with light is over this specific point here. We're meant to see this helm. Also, we were looking into the reflections in this game, and while I don't have it on the highest quality, look at the fact that Jesse and Jesse's gun is reflected in the curved surface of that helm. Like, some people were going into photo mode. Hang on, let's see if we can do it. Oh, that's interesting. It only reflects if we can see Jesse. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Sorry. If I start faffing around in photo mode, we'll be here for the rest of the day. I don't think it's ray tracing. I think it's just some very clever reflective stuff. Sorry, Vanderbeest wanted to point out that remember that 2 paracriminals loses out to 3 of a kind. This is why we can't have nice things. Alright. So, here were some more files. Okay, ethics investigation. In this place, bleeding Nora. Yeah, so Real Hunter, I mean, that's the thing that I find curious, that the existence of paranormal criminals implies the existence of paranormal crimes. So that people have used, like, objects of power, or AWEs, to do crimes. Anyway, per the authorization of Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation was launched into the legality of the prime candidate control. Oh shit, so Kirkland was just on a... So Kirkland was not happy. Understaffed, people got killed. Oh, sorry, my apologies. C-2 was saying that without ray tracing, you can have limited screen space for reflections. Okay, hey, when it comes to this kind of stuff, if I'm getting it wrong, I'm happy to learn, you know? Video games, like, especially the technicalities of video games, changes so drastically that there's so much stuff I don't know. Okay, but yeah, so since all known subjects relative to the investigation used executive privileges to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. So yeah, so basically all the higher-ups dodged talking about the prime candidate setup. Anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland paint both an alarming picture of the systematic where were brought into the oldest house and placed under examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. The program has produced no successful cases. It's only resulted in the traumatic of the paranaturally inclined. Not only is this a breach of the Ash Act. Oh, director... No, wait. Ash was the previous director's son? But it flies in the face of basic human... This investigation team unequivocally the prime candidate program and recommend that immediately. Okay. So it means that, like, there was internal pushback on a bunch of the nonsense being thrown around. Which I can very much understand. Oh, okay. Kakazi says they were both Ash, and Ash Jr. was the son. Alright, so it's Director Ash put that forth. Alright. Tractor procedures. Oh, I gotta learn about tractors! Alright. This item is not in Bureau custody. A Frank Elk tractor. I said John Doe, Frank Elk. Oh god, I remember that now. Olive green. Dried blood on the grill when last seen. The item is capable of vocalized responses, or growls, and unmanned locomotion. For those of you that didn't get the chance to play through Alan Wake, you get chased by a fucking tractor, or like a combine harvester, or what have you. Some scary shit. Yeah, containment procedure, none known. Oh, good! When the item first came to Bureau's attention after the death of William Burrow, the owner of the Burrow farm outside of Trenton, Texas. Local authorities arrived on the scene after the employee found the mutilated body of Mr. Burrow beneath the tractor. Police arrived, but were immediately driven away by the tractor. I'm pretty sure I've seen this movie. Didn't AC/DC do the soundtrack? And were intercepted by Bureau communication staff. A team was dispatched. Upon arrival, agents approached the item. It responded by growling like a bear. 3 agents were injured when they tried to detain the item, which escaped. Aerial searches for the item are ongoing. Speaking to Mrs. Burrow only revealed that she had a domestic altercation with Mr. Burrow earlier the night of the incident. Whether these events are connected is currently unknown. Fucking... Yeah, I remember that fucking tractor. At least I think I do. It's also entirely possible that I'm having some kind of, like... Oh, hang on. Super. Pistachio. Telegram for you, sir!
It's not working. Probably a loose power core somewhere.
Yeah, the problem is I haven't found the power core that we're supposed to be using. I know where it's meant to go. I just need to find a replacement one.
Hop in, coppers. Let me drive you back to your patrol vehicle. Off you go.
Hey, Tanari, wow, what ho, friend? How are you doing? Oh, Kimball says their dad's tractor overturned when they were a kid. Turns out all you need is a steep hill. Yeah, they could have just led it up like a little incline. All right. Okay. I didn't realize I could pull them out after. So that I was not expecting.
Now that gate should open.
Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass again. Beep, beep, Mother Hubbard. Alright, specimen escape assessment. Alright, so the purpose of the internal investigation is to examine the containment failure of specimen SI-1 that resulted in the deaths of agents. An inspection report of the containment equipment 3 days earlier shows no faults. All right. Investigators suspected human error to be the cause, yet no department has proven any evidence to support this. Technicians were able to recover the researchers' notes on the specimen from the internal network. On the where of where, the specimen began displaying a sharp increase in aggressive where. Cross-referencing that date with various logs, we found only 2 events consistent with that daily sector's routine. 1. The air filters were changed. 2. An hour prior to the incident, a civilian named Alice Ware entered the sector regarding unrelated investigations. Given the connection to the same AWE case, it is likely that Miss Ware's presence is related to the specimen's escape and to Ware's ongoing report. Okay. Oh, probably shouldn't have done that. Sorry, I broke your machine! Oh, wait, why am I apologizing? I'm the director. Fuck your chicken strips! Alright, Polaris, do your thing.
I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
I mean, you're a director now, so... Alright. Here we go. Blessed Organization. Alright, so a group/individuals has operated outside the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. Okay. A review of past cases has found that various mentions of their activity over the years. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to an altered items case, as well as the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In 1994, Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved in the illegal use of an altered item. In 1988, a business called Blessed Repair and Services was suspected of involvement with an object of power case, perhaps even creating it. None of these businesses or individuals have ever been located. However, their connection to the appearances of altered items and objects of power is too direct to be considered circumstantial. An arrest order has been issued for any person to be believed within the Blessed organization. Ooh, baddies. So Tonari, wow, actually your timing is perfect. We just started the Alan Wake DLC inside Control. So somehow using his magical typewriter powers, Alan's called for help. And throughout the game we've found multiple instances referencing the Bright Falls situation. So it turns out that whole situation was known to the Bureau. And now I'm going to head to the motel and see how much worse this gets. Don't you do jump scares on me again. 2 and 3.
Do we know each other? This feels familiar. I can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake. Who are you?
Alan!
Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration. You need a drink.
Yay! Yay! God, I didn't realize I'd missed Night Springs.
Endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been writing. You found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Writing?
You found a way!
No. I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen him.
Oh, not that guy.
Nothing to worry about. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on. You misunderstand me.
That was Alan Wake, the writer who went missing in that AWE case I read about. What's he doing here?
Jesse, everything weird ends up here.
Thomas Zane was with him.
Listen to your friend Thomas Zane.
Poet. No, wait. He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
Crystallian Watto. Shit's getting weird. Kakazi was pointing out that we've actually dealt with items during the main game which were connected were connected roughly with the Blessed organization, so like Blessed Pictures. You're right, which was one of the best parts of like the main game. Alright. Traverse the Oceanside Motel. We can't get in there. I guess management's not letting us in. Welcome to the Oceanside View Motel and Casino. That's not good. Oh, that's definitely bad. Bishop Watto, we're doing well, but I'm a little bit worried now. Oh. Let's get some snacks. Oh, okay, well. Just ate my money, so I guess we're not getting snacks. Kisa, I'm real sorry. I don't think it's going to give you your dollar back there. I'm real sorry. Nom Nom Watto, how goes it? Night Springs. Radio. Kisa's... Oh yeah, Kisa, we'll just flip it over. Just shake that thing until we get some non-denominational brand peanuts or something. There we go. Crystallian was saying that the Ocean View Motel seems to embody all the weird OCD habits. OCD is the wrong term. There's a clever term for it when your brain makes a connection to a series of patterns to an outcome. So, like, making sure all the light switches in the house are flicked up, or like holding B to catch a Pokemon better. There's a really clever term for it, and I keep forgetting it. And... oh. We have a key, but it's gotten darker. Well, so while rituals isn't incorrect, there's a term for the psychology behind it that causes you to... do these kind of like patterns of causality. And Wolfred, we've only really just...
Dr. Emil Hartman, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Broke loose, killed everyone it could, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came.
The Tractor.
The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Well, so Arc of the Conclave, it's not obsessive compulsions. OCD is one of those terms that kind of gets thrown around a lot. But we as humans do things because we have an intrinsic belief in a certain amount of causality, which may or may not be there. So ritualistic is probably composed of, and superstitions isn't wrong, but there's a term for the... So it's like if you're playing a racing game and you lean into corners to make you turn better. Synchronicity could be it. God, I need more coffee for today. Is it Afafina? It doesn't. It's not ringing any bells. But then again, like I said, sleep has been my greatest enemy of the last like few weeks. Last night I just I got one of the old man wake up. I got heartburn at like 5 in the morning. That just went bam 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 bam. So I had to wait for that to fuck off before I go back to sleep. Oh no, Lizzie, I'm on coffee number 2, so we're doing okay. We're doing okay. But yeah, I don't like throwing around the term OCD too lightly because real OCD can be like a crippling condition. It's a very bad time. Oh shit, we need to watch the rest of the Alan Wake tape. Alright. Alright, so Alan Wake just sent us a hotline. So let's give this a watch. But yeah, to those of you who just joined us, Watto and welcome. I hope you're doing real well. Alright. Let's give this a watch.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC. Brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming,
oh goody,
waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound, a resonance.
The hiss.
It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Okay. And that's the place where we're going in, to the darkness. And yes, Number was correct. What we know is the term OCD covers a lot of different behavioral patterns, and it can be a downright crippling condition, and it doesn't mean just making things neat and tidy. I know you all know this. It's one of those things that I try and cut out of my vocab, is to describe someone who keeps things neat and tidy as someone with OCD is something I've tried not to do. And I guess going back through the triangle. Oh look, it's us. Oh hey us. Thanks, I hate it. Kakazi says, so the darkness is on a similar level to the hiss and vice versa. I mean, the hiss is like a world-ending level, by my understanding. The darkness, at very least, is contained to an area, though it can possess and infect people. It can't spread of its own volition, by my understanding. Alright, so where are we going? Oh, look! Scrappy's here. Alright, if any of you have any, like, photosensitivity or anything like that, please feel free to pop me into another tab, because these little spheres of fuckery get very loud and very flashy when we get close. Peace out! Kakazi says, it's currently contained. It almost broke loose in the events of Bright Falls until Alan contained it. God, I probably should have done like a replay. I might actually do a replay of Alan Wake now we have a better understanding of like the mechanics of this universe, the physicalities of it. Because whether the darkness was something that Alan created, or whether the darkness was there first, and Alan's ability to kind of...
Creepy, damp, and abandoned.
Alan...
Did Wake want me to come here?
Alan's ability to essentially rewrite reality through his what? Investigation sector! God, I love those pop-ups. Hey, and Kindball, have a lovely rest of your day, yo. And I mean it, like... Oh. Oh, sorry. Fuck. You work for me now. Sorry, what was I about to say? Oh, I was going to say that if you do decide to pick yourself up something like Loop Hero or things like that, treat yourself. I'll let them handle stuff. It's interesting that the darkness is very much being encroaching on our thoughts and feels at the moment. Job's done. And whereas, like I was saying earlier, the rest of the game has very much been using light as a threatening element, and this is the first time we've kind of encountered this sort of weaponized darkness. And everything's floating. Just gonna nip to Lou real quick. And get some goodies! Oh, weapon mods full, must we? Oh, Caffeine was like, but what does Jackie Estacado have to do with control? Caffeine, I need to put my hand up and say it took me way too long to understand what you were saying there, and I'm sorry. I will tender my resignation at the bureau shortly. All right. Wow, we have a lot of mods. Oh, sorry, and I should have explained it as well. So, Jackie Estacado is the lead character from The Darkness, originally comic turned into 2 video games, both of which surprisingly well done. I rewatched Aperios playing The Darkness 2, I want to say last year, but honestly, time is a fucking human construct right now. And The Darkness 2 still holds up, both like narratively and I'm not really the levitating sort. Both narratively and from a very, very interesting perspective. Damage after kills. Do like boosters. Wait, that's even better. So we can vend those two.
What ho? I've been watching Simon the Sorcerer 3D being streamed every Thursday for the past few weeks. That game is sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia, and more. Rated 12. And it's
coming to Steam. Got any good feels? God, by the time Simon the Sorcerer 3D came out at a point where I just didn't have access to a 3D card. I guess for those of you who might be a little younger, PC gaming went through a bit of a phase when embedded 3D started becoming as standard, and games would be branded as 3D to denote that you needed a 3D card to play them. This is fine. This is fine, .jpg. Oh, and Kisa, you can always send a picture of your dag. No, I'm just gonna go this way. I'm going into the toilet. Catch also saying, like, think of other things. Simon the 3D is irredeemable train wreck. Like, I can't recall anything about it. Simon the Sorcerer 3D came out, God, at that point before I got a 3D card at home, and after I kind of started, after I was kind of done with those style of adventure games. So, also, thank you for the 300 bits. All I can tell you is that our good friend Port Center does speed runs of classic Simon the Sorcerer.
That doesn't look like a house shift.
This is fine.
I even want to know.
This is fine. Does anyone want a chair? Or infinite chairs? Katros is saying, you're better off not remembering. It's horrible. Now, are we talking product of its time horrible like Duke Nukem 3D? Or bad like some of the Leisure Suit Larry titles? Oh yeah, and Kakazi, I'm with you there. The duplication effect is fucking grand. Like, we haven't really talked about, like, the architecture of the oldest house in a while, but there's something that it does very cleverly in areas like this where, because we're so used to the uniform nature of the oldest house, that when we do encounter things like this, the multiplicity of all of these objects, there's a bizarre, almost normality to it. I'm going into filing and processing. Nothing bad happens in filing and processing. Lord Lost says, if we put gin bottle in there, do we get unlimited free gin? If anyone needs me, I'll be very drunk. Oh, children. Children, no. Pokemons! Telegram for you, sir! Oh, you're very brave. How would you like a job? How would you like a job? Yeah, if your kids could go handle that for me. Director Faden's got work to do. Sir! Ah, you know what? Equal opportunity hiring.
Of course, the Hiss are already in here.
Actually, Kakazi, that is an interesting point. That attuning the control point in this area doesn't fix the effects of the Hiss on the oldest house. It's still kind of a bit broken and a bit all over the place. And a bit Hadouken! Oh, I thought I was going to find some lore in here. We have become as Box. We are now Box. Ah, oh, darn it! I had like a Metal Gear Solid box skating thing going on here. Direct defeat. Darn it! All right, let's see if we can find some cool stuff. Alright, so we've got foot gossip. Hello. My feet gossip at night, and now I have to wear shoes to bed. Sincerely, me. I love this game. Though I am still amazed nobody clipped the fish language conversation we had in the previous session. Oh, confiscated motive. Oh wow, that is...
Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
Yeah, no shit. think we can move through it. We can move through it, but not too much further. Darn it. Okay. Sorry, I was getting distracted. Okay. Oh, so we have an actual arrest by one of the blessed lot. Alright, so victim names: Wake Allen, Anderson Tor, Anderson Odin, Lane Rudolph, Dessel Wendy, Emerson Thomas. Alright, so Dennis was the special agent on. Adam Venseria says, how do you clip things? Oh, there's a little button inside the Twitch player that looks like a little clapper board, and that means you can make a clip stuff. Sorry, I know that sounds very self-serving. I do apologize. It's more, I love looking at the clips at like the end of the day, so I see all the things that people like point out, and it's always real cool. Okay, he's not a member of Blessed, but it was the Doctor from Bright Falls. Okay. But yeah, so additional note, offenders' property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AWE investigation. Offenders' personal effects have been sent to research and analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released. Biannual surveillance orders assigned to each with the exception of the Anderson brothers due to their seniority, and Wake due to being deceased. Being dead does make it, well, I mean, difficult to observe. I mean, they're not going anywhere. Alright, round the corner we go! And Katatros, like, I can understand the annoyance at that. There's a bunch of, like, old games, especially from the late 90s, early 2000s. I can't understand why someone, having seen, because like, no one was clamoring for Simon the Sorcerer 3D to make a return. It's not good, and I can't understand why someone would repeatedly keep streaming it after re-encountering it. You know, that's where I'm kind of. Oh, here we go. This is the darkness we've seen. Wolfrad, well, I got told to shoot the vending machines. I haven't seen anything happen yet. But I'll keep doing it. And Wolfrad, it is no worry. I'm not going to get offended if you all are giving me cool kid tips on what to do.
This darkness is blocking the door. So now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows.
That's just what we call a Thursday. Some backup lights in here. Ah, interesting. So the thing that we did earlier with... I wonder if I can stack the lights. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, triple headlamps, Mother Hubbards.
Light burns it away, huh? Makes sense.
And now I think about it, just from what we were saying earlier, like the way the darkness infected people in the original Alan Wake is very conducive with how the hiss. The hiss feels like it's more effective. You know what I mean? Like, the hiss are able to infect people at a much more alarming rate. Yeah. I'm bringing my pet lights with me. Oh. Alright, never mind. No! Okay. Didn't quite work as intended there, but we'll give it another go. Where was the third light? I just drop it over here? Alright, I'm officially a dingus. Alright, there we go. For you, the day the hiss graced the Bureau was the most terrifying day in your career. But for me, it was a Tuesday. Actually, it's technically a Thursday for us. Alright. Crowd vapors. This is way more difficult than it looks. God, where was my brain at? Oh, yes. So, the way the darkness...
Oh, you're actually playing game.
Wow. Are you judging me whilst holding one of our tiny children?
Yes.
Hang on, let's get full screen on, because little Anya's come to say hello.
And she's mad at me.
Why is she mad at you?
Because I gave her salad and then offered cuddles, but then brought her here.
Oh no, you thought you were getting cuddles and salad, but you got brought in to say hi to everybody. Oh, your back nails are getting long, little girl.
Yeah, I know.
My front pauses are fine.
We're gonna handle that soon.
Everyone's like, Nugget!
Nugget! It's very warm in here.
It is.
I'm gonna let that open a little bit,
I'm entirely okay with that. Oh, Lord Lost says, hey, Fee!
Hi!
God, I'm so sorry, friends. I completely lost my train of thought there. Robin says it's like, what, 2.5 hours into stream? I mean, give or take. Oh, you're back at the hotel. How are you holding up, friend? You've been taking proper advantage of being able to expense foods. Oh, that's not good. Oh, cool. The lights are busted. That's not good. This is going to get weird and bad, isn't it? Hooray. So Catchers was saying on the Simon the Sorcerer thing, like, it's purely because of how the poll turned out? I guess it's a difference in philosophy. Like, I don't believe in ignoring old games that do and say terrible things at all. But, like, if it was something I was showing with you lot, like, once it got past a certain point of being horrible, I'd be like, no, I'm not... like, there's nothing to be gained from it. So, yeah, see, I'm with Wolfred on this one. Like, played Simon the Sorcerer 1 and 2 back in the day on other people's setups. But, like, by the time Simon the Sorcerer 3D was coming out, like, we had things like, you know, Wipeout and, you know, impressive 3D graphic stuff. There was something about that game that I just avoided like the plague, and I'm glad to know I don't want to say right, but glad to know that there was some value in not going near that turgid cesspit. Anyway, yeah, so, sorry, Katros, none of that is, like, aimed at you in comments-wise. Alright, so...
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Phaeton.
Yeah. No, and Katros, that's absolutely fine. I wasn't going to cast aspersions. And we've got some more cool stuff to jump through. Oh, Kisa deployed dog pictures. All right. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for pictures of people's adorables. Okay, Kisa, that is an adorable cuddle monster. And And Pun Spector's kitty being adorable as heck. Fucking wee. Kakazi says, wait, what was that about crashing out of the darkness towards Faden? Come again? Yeah, we're going to give that another listen. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's a strange... I guess I have a personal philosophy when it comes to media that deals with or often fails to deal with topics. God, like at some point, friends, at some point we're going to have to go through Bulletstorm. Because I talk about it a lot, and we were going to play it ages back, but that was before we got like the updated version. And the reason being is that Bulletstorm is a glorious mess. It is a game that is narratively at odds with itself. But one of the things that it's done that I haven't really seen done too well is an offensive character who is offensive, but does not seem to promote an offensive ideal. You encounter your old army captain throughout the game, and he is an absolute shitbin. He is, sexist, racist, offensive, all across the board. But it's interesting because he is presented in a way that by no means could you ever consider him to be someone worth emulating. He's always a scumbag. And in fact, one of the hard parts of the game is having to put up with him. And I find that very, very interesting. That how the portrayal of people that are horrible in media is a difficult thing to do well. And I can't really think of too many other characters in games that succeed at that. You know what I mean? Because we have a challenge here.
Potential headcanon. This isn't just a menu screen. There is a version of Jesse that is always listening to the hotline 24/7 ever since we first discovered it.
Oh, wow. The idea that the hotline itself is like semi-trans-dimensional, that you're simultaneously sitting in the chair listening as well as being elsewhere. It'd be kind of rad. Also, Shackle, thank you for 200 bits. We have a challenge here in the Longship because we go into the art and intent and craft of video games, right? So that means that sometimes we have to go into what a game is saying artistically, even if that isn't necessarily the intent of the creator. So if it ends up saying something that's upsetting or that's kind of like, ugh, that's a place we go into. But because that usually comes from somewhere very raw or very personal, like sometimes we have to like ease off the brake. Sometimes it's with things like, I know we pick on this example a lot, but Little Misfortune, which is a very, very good game, it goes to some very, very dark places. But other times, games can put forward things that are very, very questionable. It was one of the reasons why I didn't stream any of Cyberpunk, because we didn't know where it was going to go. And I can say, having played through Cyberpunk, it is simultaneously great and terrible when it comes to like representation and how it handles things. God. It is a game without a cohesive vision, and therefore it is a game that doesn't say any cohesive things. It is simultaneously nuanced and dripping with repeated stereotypes. It's very strange in that regard. I think I'm still kind of digesting my feels on it. Yeah, I'm still digesting my feels on it, and it's... Oh, Graphite, am I meant to ignore that? Okay, well, thankfully I'm going to follow your requests and ignore it and not acknowledge it, because I'd have to acknowledge and thank you, and also mention that you have now become the current Jarl. All right, let's see what Alan Wake's got to say about the third thing. Oh, it's stammering.
Resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're a new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these waves to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing
Almost
his
got hit by a
path.
car.
What happened?
Somebody almost hit a dog. And then I screamed at them with both middle fingers.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I don't know that our neighbors are gonna judge us any differently, but
Nora!
the school may not like us anymore. Someone blew through a stop sign and they almost hit a dog. The dog wasn't on a leash, but I was with River in the street trying to avoid other people, and then they kept going, and then they almost hit River and the other dog. And so I sat there with my middle fingers up going, what the fuck is wrong with you, in front of a bunch of kids.
Children need to learn. Yeah.
He's like, I'm so sorry. He's like, he was all like getting his dog back. He's like, I'm so sorry. He's like, I thought you were yelling at me. And I was like, no, it's those fuckwads. He was like, oh no, you're good.
Fucking hell! It was... I get your heart going, please, Nora. But everybody's okay.
Everybody's fine.
Oh.
A lot of yelling happened. Fiona was angry.
Fuck. Woo!
I just got back and I was just
No, it's okay. Like,
everyone is fine. It's all okay.
everything's okay. Everyone's cheering for you.
The people who were assholes got yelled at.
Fucking yo. Never a dull moment round here.
River, come here. Come here. Come in. Here you go. Bill.
Oh, hello, big girl. I know there's not any space. You can come sit here. Look at this. Look at this ball of lovely. Look, she is okay. She is okay, aren't you, River? Oh, but you're... Oh, but you're okay, big girl. Can I say hello? Oh, but you're... River? Oh, but you're... And currently River's bed is covered in all Lego, so I need to...
All Lego.
I need to move that.
Cookie, come here. You want to come here? Okay.
Did we have nuggies left?
Do you want Dino Nugs?
If there are Dino Nugs left, that would be lovely. Thank you. Whew.
It's not for you.
I know. I got the idea that whatever is happening here, we are getting a whole world of more feckery coming. Yeah. Out of my way, bad times. Sorry. Sorry. It's alright. All I did was shine a light on a door. God, there's a lot of places that need power. There's so many feckin' notes. Alright, well, let's set up a little... the light equivocant of a turret. And we can listen to a thing and then read a whole bunch of things, because this room is full of notes.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
Okie dokie. So Camille, Watto, Lyrius, have a lovely rest of your day. Stammering Gamer, we are going to be Paradise Lost. I don't know when. And yes, okay. As Wolfrad and Camille both point out, what did you expect? It's an expansion about a writer. It's a very good point. Moose, did you just get in? Watto? And Bacon was pointing out that they love the attention to detail the devs put into the game, like the protection grate pattern that spins as the light does. Yes! So it's basically, so as we levitate this, as it floats through, you can see the grate grill on top of it rotating. There's so much in the way of small details they put into this that's fucking exceptional. Alright, so first note, Eagle Limited summary! A train derailment resulting in 62 casualties and numerous injuries was suspected to have been the work of a paracriminal group known as Where? That's who's been redacting everything. The evil paracriminal group called Where? Moose says, first 5G stabbing done and dusted. Got my Switch ordered. Then you are kicking ass today, Moose. Go you. Alright, so as a result of this event, Aegis discovered that one of the cars had become altered with a persistent auditory event. They've turned a train car into an altered item. It remains to be determined whether the AWE was spontaneous or the direct result of sabotage. The Bureau has been tracking said group at a time, and the intel gathered suggested an event of this caliber was imminent in Bloomington. As a result, the response team on site was able to respond to the train accident within minutes of its occurrence. They arrived to find the emergency processes underway, but also equipment left behind by the suspect group. A suspicious onlooker managed to elude agents after they attempted to make contact. Further investigation of the incident site revealed a curiously undamaged train car that exhibited an altered state when entered. This individual car was secured and transported.
What ho 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 happy orchid day.
And Favor 6. Thank you kindly for feckin' 19 months. You feckin' ledge, thank you. Yeah, train car, further studies. And Eldritch Bumblebee, which is an appropriate user to come for viewings of the darkness. Watto and welcome. Oh yeah, that was Hartman's notes. Alright, and there was one more paper notes in here as well. Research of the shadow.
So now that I have my second job with those 5G guitar pedals, does that mean I've got music in my blood? Who am I kidding? I can't scream musically, much less tune a fish tongue.
So Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200, and congrats on your second stab, yo. I mean, get a guitar in a couple of days. See if the Windows updates have allowed you to suddenly play musical instruments. So Bishop, one of the things that we talked about, I think very, very early on in this playthrough of Control, is how that Control Control is so much more interesting than the sum of its parts. See, Alan Wake is a good game, and I'm not dissing on it, but Alan Wake is basically the what if you fed Twin Peaks through Resident Evil 4. And it's a good game, but all its narrative beats, a lot of its characterizations and its style is all taken from Twin Peaks. But the great thing about Control is that it isn't simply SCP as a third-person shooter. It takes inspiration, certainly, but it has its own style, its own flavor. It moves away from SCP's, like monkey's paw style creations, like Thing with a twist, a painting which shows you the moment of your death, or a book so encapturing you can't look away and you die, or a monster that murders because of X reason or does thing. And it isn't dissing on the SCP. It's like the SCP has been a creation by so many different authors and creatives for so long that a lot of the popular creations from that sphere are kind of like the bombastic ones. But Control, the Federal Bureau of Control, the altered items and, the objects of power and altered items, there's a subtlety to them. It has its own flavor and style. Oh no, I guess Bishop, I'm arty-farty agreeing with you, is what I'm saying. Kakazi says, in an earlier stream, I can't remember who, suggested that the redactions themselves become an AWE within the oldest house. I mean, that makes sense. They're so iconic within any documents that you interact with throughout the oldest house. Eldritch was agreeing, saying they should keep redactless files in these games, but it's more of an element of mystery. Well, also, and this is Jesse reading these documents in the world, right? And as we've seen, especially with Trench, who got more and more paranoid, more and more of an ass, that whole swaths of things were redacted at his request. So it's like, Paw Patrol. How you feeling?
To the store now, because Scroll is starting the night in Discords. It's a mod night.
Okay.
But I'm also going to vaguely sushi, seafood.
It counts.
Eh?
Yo, the grocery store sushi is dope.
Hey.
Sorry, we're being feckin' cheeseballs. Do you mind if I tell him? Yeah. It is our.
Do you mind?
Well,
Do you mind?
Do you mind? Well, we're not one of those performative couples,
Oh.
We don't do those vomit-inducing.
Hi, it's our anniversary today.
It's our anniversary today. We've decided we're not going to do our usual anniversary thing, which is to try and emulate our first date, which we did early on in lockdown.
We did. That was a bad idea.
All right, so we got fucked up. So friends, when Fiona and I met, it was the same day I got the GameWorks
Ohio chicken? How is that Ohio chicken?
Well, it's the shape of Ohio, and it looks like a chicken. It's the Brewdog Brewery in Ohio. So the Brits will know Brewdog as being like one of the best little breweries.
And there's only one American place, and it's where I used to live.
It's, one of the few good things about Ohio, I've been told.
It's the only good thing about Ohio.
Oh. You know what? Eldritch only just got here and is already wishing us a happy anniversary.
Aww.
All right, so TLDR, our first date was we went to the Athenian down at Pike's Place for happy hour. So we had like seafood and a couple of beers.
Happy hour, small plates.
Yeah. Then we were going to go to the whiskey bar, which I wanted to visit, but we decided to.
The whiskey bar.
We never made it. We went to a punk bar in Belltown, which is walking distance from Pike Place, called the Black Cat. And they were playing all of the Tony Hawk soundtracks back to back to back. And we stayed there basically until they chucked us out.
I think it was.
And that was our first date. So last year, mid-lockdown, we weren't able to kind of retrace our steps.
It wasn't mid-lockdown, it was beginning.
It was, because it was definitely after start.
It was after start, but it was...
Just about we still thought it was going to be a few months.
Yeah.
So what we did is we rebuilt our first date in the house. So we stood on the balcony and we had like seafood appetizers and beer and wine, and then we made a pillow fort bar in the living room and just played the Tony Hawk soundtracks and got fucking destroyed. I don't remember going to bed that night.
I don't remember going to bed that night. We've decided we're not going to do that this time.
Yes. But that's because I'm only, what, like a week and change away from being safe, so we're going to go out and have a nice...
An actual anniversary dinner.
Yeah. We're going to do that in a couple of weeks. Yeah, Jafar James, we built a pillow fort bar. We used Fiona's old snowballs to build like the main structure. Oh, Lord Lust, you and me both. You and me both.
Alright. On that note, I'm gonna go get some budget priced sushi and
wine with
bubbly
bubbles
of
in.
some kind.
Oh, we don't need more booze. Could we? Wait, we still have the gin, right?
We still have the gin.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know the worst thing though is you mentioned those like store-bought margaritas.
They're so good.
I don't know why. If you
do one,
if you see them.
Right.
C222 is like budget sushi. Well, the thing is, like, it's obviously not like world-class quality.
River.
But
Song. Got the trash over here. River.
Oh, Starring says this stuff is deadly and so tasty. You can have loads of it. 500 cuts.
Someone's coming for.
Did you go in trouble for eating the garbage?
No, she grabbed the leftover sandwich I had.
Stammering, why would you show us this? You know we can't have it.
What is it?
Brewdog botanical rum.
Why would you hurt me like this?
I don't know.
Why do you hate me? I thought
Stammering's
you
just
loved
laughing
me.
their ass off.
Why do you hurt me like this? I thought you loved River. Show them how hurt.
Look what.
Oh, did this happen to me?
Oh yeah, and C222, like, yeah, budget sushi means very different things. Basically,
Okay, not gas station sushi. Actually made sushi, like sushi chef, and it's just in a grocery store.
J Post says hi, River.
Oh, did this
Happen to me? God, the thing is, we can't even order booze to here.
We could, well,
I tried.
not from not distilled. You can't send distilled stuff. Even beer is like a hard sell.
Mother, please put me down. River 2021. Ah. Although I wonder now if my love of Brewdog's actually because it was the only good
Wait, can you
beers
get that in
available.
Ohio?
You can, but we can't get shit here. Oh, I went deep into this shit. I'd need to
Later.
because
Later. I have a solution later. Later.
For Christmas, I got Fiona a Brewdog Christmas ornament. I'd like go to town on the sushi. Like it's so affordable. We can get so much. Like I want to be uncomfortable with how much sushi I consume later. Okay, from SCPs to relationship sushi.
Make this happen.
Okay. Ah, stammering. Why? Proper English kebab, same night. God, I miss it. All right. Tell you what, friends, will you give me 2 seconds? I'm not stopping stream or anything, but I want to make some space for River because she's looking really feckin' cute and really feckin' sad because she got caught going in the garbage, or the garbage, as if for the bougier among you. I'm gonna make River some space. All right, we'll put the beastly Lego set here. Jesus, C222, you genuinely are spoiling us. Also, C222, are we friends on the Book of Face? Do you use the Book of Face? Because I wanted to write like a thank you post last night and I couldn't find you. All right, just gonna put this over here. There we go. River, come here. There we go. There we go. Now your bed's all free. Because basically we've got the whole, if you can ignore giant microphone, got River's whole bed set up over there. Hey, come here, big girl. Cleared off the bed for her and everything.
By my dark necromantic powers, I cast Summon Sushi.
Was it too hot? Yeah. Also, Favor 6 just cast Summon Sushi. It's very powerful. It's like fish and rice. I'm sorry. Thank you for the 200 bits, you feckin' ledge. River. She's just given the I'm so alone. Like, you know why you're in trouble. You went in the bloody garbage.
Whoops.
Once again, welcome back, Secretly Robin, to the Yaldum.
Come on.
Come on, go. Yes, this is for you.
Oh, yours.
River getting cuddles.
Yours.
They are absolutely a leg end. No, but Secretly Robin, thank you for the 500 bits, yo. And I do mean it. I hope you are abusing all of the expenses that you can get. Like, get you some good takeout.
Who?
Secretly Robin's at a work placement thing at the moment, but it means they get expenses for food, right?
That's where you get the good food. I ate Chipotle for like 3 months because of that.
Oh no. Okay, so Robin says there's nothing here. They're in rural Idaho. No!
Wait, do you have taco time? Get taco time.
Yeah, do you have taco time? Taco time's amazing.
Taco time's amazing. It's better than Taco Bell, I promise you.
Yeah. God, I hate that Taco Bell's entered into my drunken wants. Like, I can't get a kebab if I get shit-faced, but I can have a human being bring me ill-advised tacos, even if I do then turn into a, for lack of a better term, fart machine.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright, fart machine, I'll see you later.
That's not a thing. We're not making that a thing.
Fart machine!
What a word. I love you. Right, should we continue frecking around? Kisa's like, we can't get kebabs. Oh, you can get gyros out here, which is more kind of like of a substantial meal, more of like a Greek styling. The bar blaster. Thank you, Moose. Moose wins. Moose wins. Robin's saying that the Taco Time where they're at right now has 1-star reviews.
Try it.
Fiona says try it. I mean, someone else is paying.
Try it. But don't get things other than chicken.
Don't get things other than chicken.
And don't get salad.
Don't get salad. Stick to chicken.
That's it. Everything else is safe. I believe in you, Robin!
And I believe in Fiona, who believes in you, Garen Lagan. Right, who wants to read about a sentient shadow that kills people? So Draconic's saying they have something called Izzos in Louisiana, and think like Mexican Subway. Ooh. I see, I was real spoiled, because for a few months I was living in South Park, which is a tiny little town just outside of like the Seattle catchment, and I had this like just absolutely delicious like family-owned Mexican place, so I could just get like tortas at any point, and it was a dangerous power to have. Look, I'm still laughing at the idea of Two Bell, which is the Dark Souls universe equivalent of Taco Bell.
Oh my god.
Their catchphrase is just ring that bell.
No!
Fiona does not approve of this. I got dino nugs for lunch. I'm a grown-ass man. Alright. Shadows. So, Paranatural entity, aka the Shadow, is an aggressive wah consisting of 3 known types. So firstly, type A. Localized manifestation of sentient wah, capable of occupying organic and inorganic material as well as exerting wah over its surroundings. Type B. Shaded individuals. Human bodies wah by the Shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive, but do seem to retain wah their previous state. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. And wah, River, no, River, I love you. River, come hang out. Big girl, come here. No, she's going off on a mission. Okay, shaded objects, similar to B, except for its inanimate objects that are wah solely to be used as destructive tools. Katros was saying, as far as I can tell, there's no Taco Bell in Sweden. That's not a bad thing. But then again, local version of tacos is effectively like a traditional Friday night dinner with an average family, so that's cool. No. Like, actual good, proper street tacos. Oh, god tier. And I've had some places that do crunchy tacos that are just gorgeous. Although my weakness is a chimichanga. Everything great about a burrito, but we deep fried it. What's not to like? Okay, anyway, so each type seems to work towards a shared goal, possibly targeting certain individuals, which may imply a shared link and a intelligence. The threat is entity poses warrants immediate exploration of offensive and defensive measures. Investigation sectors begin outfitting with additional lighting sources, some internally powered stuff to prepare for the eventuality of a Alright, we can work with a Oh wow, that is a big old map. Right, let's see what we can find. But yeah, the thing I do miss is down in Georgetown, one of the bars that was kind of like a motorbike, like an history of all kinds of motorbike themed bar down the road had excellent dollar taco night. Just go down on a Monday and just eat tacos until physically incapable of moving. Properly glorious. And Secret Robin says the taco time is inside a gas station. This, at very least, it's going to be an adventure. Alright. Light is on. Clank saying all this taco talk is making me want torchies. As in, the bar from Undertale? Sorry, I'm being a jerk. Children. Ah, they're like flying soldier dudes. You work for me now. You know what? I've probably got on the most aggressive hiring spree of any director so far. I'm kind of proud of that. Twofer! Oh! From downtown. You know what? Maybe unleashing the flying guys with grenades wasn't my smartest maneuver. Oh, and C222, gotta agree. Love a broom with a big imposing map. The kind of map that speaks volumes. What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Nani the actual fuck? You all saw that, right? Just something hightailing out of here. Stabbering's like, you're imagining things. Okay. Right, so C222 says, does the FBC have one map room for every region of the world? Or does each country have its own FBC? It's been discussed earlier that the Bureau does operate internationally. Like, teams are sent out. Numbers, no worry. Actually, it's up in the background, so not a problem. Sorry, Numbers was just asking if I could link the Sonic playlist I've been jamming on. Yeah, there you go, friend. Do with it as you will. And we know that they do use the Ocean View Motel and Casino for like travel and transport. Possibly Stammering Gamer? So Stammering Gamer was putting forward the idea that maybe the Bureau started as an American-only organization and then morphed into an international one, like the Men in Black. It's possible. It's implied that once the Bureau moved into the oldest house, they gained a level of obfuscation from the rest of the government. Because the idea is that the oldest house is this huge building in New York that people just don't look at. It exudes a force that means that people just ignore it. But what's fascinating is that once the Bureau moved inside the oldest house, that effect applied to their whole operation. So while they are technically still a government agency, they don't really answer to anyone. So, go figure. I'm sorry, Kakazi, Nani the fuck? Kakazi is putting forward the idea that what we saw moments ago was a hiss-infected vending machine. Those things are sacred. Also, I was just having a look at the stations, and we've got Ballard, Utah, Rocky Mount, Virginia, Sterling Co., wherever that is, Bright Falls, Washington. All right. Let's listen to this audio tape while I put a few more nuggets in my face, and then we can read all the stuff kicking around.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. Alright, that was faint, but I definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time or I swear to God I'm... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
The tape's still going. Tape's still going. Quasi Watto. Be with you in a second. Fuck you! Just get the fuck out of me! Bacon Avenger makes a good point. It might be worth listening to this one through the multimedia player, just to see. Let's see if it's in there. Yeah. Oh, the hiss agent. Yeah, hiss agents fly now because of reasons. All right, here we go. Motel observation.
Agent Fisher, 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual...
No, I see the multimedia version only is listed as 1 minute.
Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance, even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just... inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how, exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. All right, that was faint, but I definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time, or I swear to God I'll... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Fiber optic fuck. Alright. I mean, we can hang here for a little bit, see if the tape unfurls anything different in the world, because it could do. But, Quasi, what ho, friend? Sorry, I saw your little comment and it made me smile. That little Quasi was just looking at the sub count and wanted to share that 400 subs is worse than 1 million, but better than 100. That is a great way of looking at it. Like, it sounds like stuff's still coming from the tape. I mean, Kakazi, any of you that have played through this, if you want to give a quick Google search to see if there's something special for this. Oh, and Katros, have a lovely rest of your night. As always, it's wonderful chatting with you, and I hope you're doing well, friend. Get some sleeps. This is why it takes us so long to go through the DLC. But on the flip side, I'm in no rush to finish this. Alright. And Robin, good luck. We believe in you. Oh, and Caffeine's got pictures of the fancy camera. Oh, very nice, very nice. And yeah, Kakazi, I think it was, yeah, Motel Observation was the media. Dollar presentations, FB recordings, thresholds.
Now really the menu says that this audio is a minute long. Would the devs of this game have a different audio track in the menu than the one that plays in Worlds just to hide something?
I think so, yes, because what we saw with the Dr. Darling videos is that there was extra stuff in the menu version that wasn't shown if you watched it in universe. So I wouldn't put it past them. So where was it? Motel Threshold. Yeah, Motel Observation is the name of the tape. Is that a hand grenade? Let's find out.
Agent Fisher.
Yeah, it was still going. Alright, well... For those of you sleuths want to do a little bit of interwebs research, we're not standing here for 2 hours. I'll check out some of the other documents. Oh, here's Hewlett complaining about Kirkland. So you put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was feckin' hired to do, my job. Do you want to call that bullshit? Asking us to interrogate these scum without using words like altered items or AWEs or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I've heard some stupid fucking things. Language, Agent Hewitt. They already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more. And they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words, try not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terminology. If you think pulling me off the case will stop me, think again. That piece of shit blew up those tracks. He killed those people. And River, defending the house. He killed those people, all to make the train turn altered. We have him dead to rights, and you need to let me back in the interrogation cell so I can flip on his buddies. He's a terrorist and deserve to be treated as such. Alrighty. You are a grumpy agent, and that is your right. Black market, here we go. Ooh, illegal altered item trading market. I'm assuming this is where we get the cool unlockables. Sorry, I don't know about your good selves, but any JRPG that had like a secret black market to find, always ended up being like a huge objective for me. Bacon Avenger says River needs a harness with the longship shields on the side. You mean like Monster Hunter style-y? Okay, so there's a black market. River! I love you, big girl. Making me jump. There's some weird shit going on. Yeah, so like in games like Wild Arms and I think some of the Final Fantasies had black markets. It was always like my personal mission to find them because for some reason it felt like I was a cool kid. And I understand the juxtaposition in that statement. Okay, so Black Market Hub specializes in trading of occult talismans, relics, other assorted ceremonial objects, as well as genuine altered and paranatural materials, was raided in Czech Republic by a team of special investigators. Unsuccessful attempts by suspects to escape using altered items resulted in numerous casualties and prevented the Bureau from questioning all participants. Oh, they got squished. The following interrogations revealed that not only is there a vast network of these retailers, but they seem to be gathering information on altered items and other paranatural materials from sources unknown to the Bureau. The Bureau's concerns are threefold. There is a growing underground market for paranatural materials, which implies a growing awareness of their existence, alongside a niche group of the general public. Also, these criminal individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and attempts to activate them could prove devastating if done in populated areas, and the motivations of these collectors is largely unknown. Oh, they are setting up for some serious stuff in the future. Like, you all see this, right? Like, this is... Ati, what's up?
Lands in here to aid. Darkness everywhere. New day, same old bloody city, said the old way. Like tar but good for nothing. Get rid of it.
Yeah, not today, vending machine. Bacon Avenger says this law operates if the FBC operates outside the states. It feels like whether other countries have their own agencies might be another question entirely. But yes, they do operate. They do operate outside the US. And Kakazi is saying there's one reference to the recording, a follow-up note saying correspondence motel complaint. That's all they're finding. Interesting. Oh, this seems bad. Dark.
I don't feel right. Something in this darkness is draining me.
Ah, now we're getting some classic Alan Wake. Wait. Sorry about that. I grabbed a collectible when I thought I was grabbing useful stuff. Okay. So there was some reports finding the findings reports of Emil Hartman, academic psychotherapist that owned and operated a recovery center in Where, Washington, that focused on treating the treatment of artists struggling with creative blocks and other mental disorders. Oh yes, this is the doctor that was treating Alan Wake back in the seminal video game. Alan Wake. Okay, so publicly, Dr. Hartman's treatment centers seemed unremarkable, method and purpose. Privately, however, Dr. Hartman was abusing his patients in order to utilize any latent abilities that they may possess with the aim of shaping to his own benefit, which earned him a Class 2 paracriminal designation. Note, for the link between the artist and their abilities to reality through artistic medium, see file investigation has proven that Dr. Hartman's illegal endeavors were conducted alone. After being approached by the Bureau during investigation, he displayed no remorse or intention to cease his actions. Dr. Hartman was taken into custody, evaluated, and released months later, having been deemed a negligible threat. His medical license has permanently been revoked.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay.
Alright. I'm not finding any of the power cells we need to get this place lit up. Am I just being a dingus, or do we need to head up first before we start hitting all of this lore stuff?
Okay, the room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in, and since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about...
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my Wake collection. I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston. But this is going on your record, so one more screw-up and our next chat won't be so friendly.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
C222's like, wait, empty spacesuit? No, thank you. Come on, there's not a single power cell in here? There's so much stuff.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years
Darn
old,
it.
resident of Southern Texas.
I'm sorry, man, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
Thing is, we have to dash back to the light to listen to him. Maybe I could steal the power cells from the other room? Sorry about that, friends. Wait, so you're telling me I have to stay there and listen to it? That's not fair at all. Right, we'll see how I can stay in there.
21 years old,
In the state of darkness.
of Southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night with a, a K, not an N, not night like nighttime, but
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
no one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off, and I could move out of my parents' basement, and maybe even go to college and get a film review like I've always wanted to. I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
Oh, okay. So it's not actually a drain of life. It's just a drain of, like, superpowers. Guess I got me varying forms of power mixed up. But Bacon Avenger, I think you might be right. I think we need to proceed onwards, and then we should be able to bring some power cores down here.
Shit.
Yeah, there we go.
Now what? What is that?
With ugly darkness.
Come on, elevator, time to go.
Dr. Emil
Nothing even touches me. So you don't like the light. I can use that.
Oh, crap sticks! Eat my well-lit asshole! Here we go! Yeah, it's Dameron Game. You know what? Just best not to. What the fuck are you? It's best not to think about it. Jesus, that thing's fucking hideous. Are there any more spaces we can throw stuff in? Oh, there we go. There is. Yeah, that is the thing that is not Hartman, right? Fuck me, it's... Alright. Piss off, not Hartman. Haunting visage of fuckery. Alright. We good? Xenomorph sounding Mother Hubbard. Wow, he is unfazed. One more light. Okay. We just gotta find it, Kakazi. Or we skive off and play arcade games. And let the thing that is not Hartman just kind of entertain himself? Do not like. Do not like. Oh, fuck me! Like, I know it can't hurt us, but it's got creepy diddle fingers and I don't like it. Hang on a sec. Aperture? Oh, I thought our elders had gotten back into the bin again. Oh. Yeah, there's some creepy shit that showed up in game and it's making me nervous. Sorry, I heard the crunching of plastic and I was like, oh god, if that dog's in the bin again. Okay. Alright. Yeah, can't touch me while I'm in the light, can you, dingus? Oh, fuck! I take it back! I take it back! He can touch me! Oh, it's even doing a lot. Oh! Beep, 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 beep! Eat my well-lit ass!
Yeah, how do you like that?
Narrator's voice. He did not like that. And Stiggs, you saw that creature! You don't have to ask if it's the good touch or the bad touch. It's the very bad touch. Door and appearances. Whew. Alright, so, an excursion to the Ocean View Motel Concierge discovered a previously unseen door in the hallway lobby. Sorry, in the lobby hallway. This door featured a spiral-shaped marking, designated door where, similar to the other doors. It is locked and cannot be forced open. Alice Wake, a person of interest in Bright Falls AWE, and the former wife of missing author Alan Wake, contacted agents Shah and Dempsey at the investigation sector using phone numbers given to her in 2010 in accordance with civilian outreach. The call resulted in Miss Wake being brought into the oldest house for an in-person interview in 2017, and the excursion into the Ocean View Motel occurred later the same day. Conclusion: determining whether there is his basic synchronicity event. If Alice Wake is responsible for its appearance, or if the door itself relates to the AWE event is paramount. She should be returned to the oldest house, possibly even taken to the motel itself to confirm if any changes occur. Yeah. And Kakazi, you're entirely correct. The spiral door was the one we found Alan behind. So that's a big feckin' deal. Vending machine procedures. Now, I don't want to point fingers, friends. I don't want to point fingers, but someone, it's probably Kisa, someone has been rocking the shit out of the vending machines to try and get free sweeties out of them, and I understand the appeal. I understand saving a few dollars here, but we need to be safe. Some of them are filled with hiss. Okay, containment procedure. None known. Testing and investigator secting. Ongoing. Alright, so a vending machine. Its front covered in forward panel. Coin-operated buttons. For selecting... But Lizzie's like, how dare you blame Kisa for this? Look, I didn't say I was naming any names, Kisa. Like, I'm just saying perhaps we need to stop shaking the vending machines. Alright, the item generates and stores a variety of materials, both edible and otherwise, in rows of little internal trays. Sorry, Wolfrad's like, where do you think we get the bits? Vending machine. Alright, fair. Fair. Thank you for 100 bits. Yeah, not to know any Keisers, someone's been shaking the vending machines, and we need to have a staff meeting about this. Darn it! Keiser's not here, it's less funny! It's mean if Keiser's not... I do like how it describes the vending machine contents as to be both edible and inedible. Any attempts to cause the item to create a living where have considerably failed. Alright, the item was discovered in a nursing home in Alberta after a resident named Muriel called local news about a magic vending machine. The news story was reported that the nursing home staff was purposefully stocking the machine with distinctive foods and objects as a way to raise resident spirits. The Bureau response team encouraged the story while confiscating the item. Oh yeah, and that was the Henneman interview. Alright. There was a bunch of other stuff, so... brace yourselves as we have a fly around and see what else is about. Also, yeah, again, another reference to that spacesuit. Sorry, I didn't need to do that, I just wanted. Favor 6 with Will, calm down, you're getting hysterical. Terrors, the lot of you. Oh, Night Springs. Night Spring, Remember that time I forgot how to speak people words? Night Spring Screenplay, page 1. Alright, note, this screenplay was found after the Bureau acquired the Night Springs television series and all its past episode scripts. It appears to be written by Alan as part of an application to become one of the show's writers. Night Springs, special script, episode, Over the Threshold, Darkly, by Alan Wake. Host, VO. It is only human nature to wish to control the forces around us, and even more so, to possess them. But what happens to those forces? What happens when those forces are not ours to claim, or even of this world? What if they are the things that you can discover in Night Springs? Bum, bum, bum. Play Night Springs intro, blah, blah, blah. We are in the secret lab, and the large sign on the wall reads, the Federal Bureau of Night Springs. Scientists. I've told you several times, Director, it isn't ready! The directors are like, I'll say when it's ready, Doctor. But the being beyond the portal, we have no control! It's obviously a reference to Darling and... It's obviously a reference to Darling and Trench arguing about using the projector, which would then result in Trench killing us all. Well, almost killing us all. Turns out, we get points for being a little bit more sturdy.
Arcade machines. Shoom. Shim. Shoom. Whoom. Whatever.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna play the arcade game! Crowd control or deadline? We'll start with crowd control. Shoom! Yeah! Oh. The goal of crowd control is to survive. Go. I thought it was going to keep the bleep loops. You work for me now. Yeah, if they'd kept the visual effect of the arcade, that would have been pretty rad. Oh, cool, we can do them like multi-missiles. Sir. You work for me now. Oh no, this is a survival challenge! Shit! We can't die! Can I escape the arcade challenge? No. Yeah, I would have... If they'd kept that visual effect of, like, the arcadey bleep bloops, that would have been rad. Now I just feel like a bit of a dingus. I'm sorry, friends. Oh, this is gonna take ages! Hang on. First things first. Let me just turn down the effect volume, because feckin' hell, it's deafening even me. Alright, so friendos, if you want to go grab yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, I'll blitz through this, and I'll leave a nice little breather before we leap into the next part. I'm so sorry, friendos. I thought it was going to give us like a cool arcade game. I feel betrayal as a minor action. Sir, did you just explode? I mean, on the plus side, I get to play ever-increasingly violent Pokemon, so that's cool. Well, I guess it's more Shin Megami Tensei, but you know what I mean. Screamy Ghost wouldn't be a bad co-pilot. Actually, Wolfrad, that's not a bad idea. We can just turn off, we can just turn on damage and just keel over. Alright. Fight me! There we go. See, that would have been feckin' cool if it had had that, like, 3D effect throughout. And I take it the other one's not anything cool either, right? Man. Disappointment. Alright, and we're back in business. You let me down, Shmoom. Shmoomoom. The other one is a checkpoint type time challenge. Ugh. Let's just take the lift.
Ma'am? What are you doing in investigations?
Jesus, don't scare me like that, Langston.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
Note to self. Taze Langston. Wolfrider says, okay, if you beat the first two, it unlocks the second machine. And the second machine allows you to replay boss fights and the ashtray maze. Alright, getting to replay the ashtray maze is a pretty cool reward.
Langston, it's me, Jessie.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman? Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered in an AWE. I forget the medical word for what happened, but now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp? Oh, yeah, flare gun. Oh, Oh, Christmas lights. You can wrap them around your...
I don't have any of those, Langston.
All things that Alan used.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you for the Panopticon.
The Panopticon?
Exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right, okay. Well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, this Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him out. Langston was right. This is kind of exciting.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people treat me different, like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with the items. Still, I don't know why people are making it so personal.
Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else.
And
He
now
was
in another
Trench's
dimension.
golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things.
You're literally...
I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's
of
just
course,
gonna talk forever,
can't always
isn't he?
make it home for mealtime, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not back yet. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been here ever since. She has a couple of kids. I met them at Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment, and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot.
A fruit arrangement.
She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria.
This is amazing!
For Alfred's food. Okay. Oh, one more thing. And buy her a fruit arrangement. All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't think I ever asked. You seem like one, though. You'd like Alfred. He's very proper. Really carries himself well, you know? I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the... You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred from. But, boy, those two did not get along. Oh, no. Sylvia thought she owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way. Scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole. I'm realizing now that language was not entirely... professional. You see, Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole.
You could have just said cat, we
never
get you.
used that word about a person. It was just, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I got to, check this out. I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
That was fucking glorious. Kakazi was saying that the actor must have had fun with that. Oh, yeah. You can really tell. Okay, I wasn't... You know, I try not to track salt in. And I try not to bring in... I wouldn't even say bad vibes, but just, like, grumbles. Because that's not what we're here about. Like, we celebrate games more than we dunk on them, you know? But it's something that I've just realised is... Because I was... talking to you a lot about this at the beginning of the week. I tried playing Borderlands 3, and I have not been having a good time with it. So I initially played it. It made me feel very miserable and very lonely. then I decided to struggle through with it, mainly because it was a 130 gig download, and that was a larger portion of time to play something for like 3-4 hours and go, God, no. So I kept going. Oh, Jackie, Watto. And so I finally made it to the two villains, and I now understand a lot of the criticisms that were leveled at the villains from that. And the thing I realized is that they just aren't authentic. They aren't genuine. They're not genuine villains. They're not genuine characters. And the thing about Langston is he is so genuine. You can genuinely believe that, like, Langston has an asshole cat at home and that he absolutely forgets. Oh, Secretly Robin got the tacos! And yeah, after that little interaction, like, you can tell how much fun they're having. Whereas there's something about at least the initial two villains from Borderlands where they come across as very disingenuine. Like, disingenuine inside the world and disingenuine, like, from a general performative standpoint. And that could be because, my name's Will, I stream for a living. But I feel like there's a disconnect in the roles that those characters are meant to serve, and I don't know, it's been bugging me. It's been really bugging me. I think Borderlands 3 is the typical kind of example of, if you played that with people together to start, it's probably a ton of fun. But like, if you stop and try to and analyze anything beyond the moment-to-moment gameplay, if you ignore anything beyond the moment... Sorry, if you look at anything beyond the moment-to-moment gameplay, it's... Bad is the wrong word. It's well-constructed. Like, Borderlands 3 as a game is well-built, and you can see how it builds on all of the previous elements. But the thing that I realized, Borderlands' biggest sin is that it mocks your want to be there. It mocks the world and your enjoyment of it, which I think is... It's such a disingenuous, almost nasty stance to take. On more than one occasion, it mocks the player for playing Borderlands. And I really found myself loudly saying, if you'll forgive the swears, fuck you to the screen. Sorry, so jumping back in. Oh, Robin, I'm sorry you had a bad time. And Kisa, I know what you mean. Handsome Jack is a very good character. It's a great performance. And oh, okay, MDH. I hope it goes well, and I hope you feel better, friend. We'll probably be going for a while, so we might see you later. Yeah, because Keys was pointing out Handsome Jack, and the thing is, Handsome Jack is a very genuine character because he believes with his entire being that he is the hero. You're the baddie. You're the villain. In fact, the fact that he's even entertaining conversation is because he's such a charming, likable character. He doesn't see you as a threat early on, so he kind of messes with you. But he genuinely believes he is a great person. He is a good person. Whereas what I found with the two Borderlands characters, they have no belief, they have no substance. And this whole kind of, like, they don't have the cult of personality around them to be believable as the two bandits that unified Pandora. And oh, and so Camille, I do see what you're saying. I should probably give examples on this one, but it's more that they make jokes about playing Borderlands. So it's not a joke at the expense of air quotes gamers or a segment of gamers. They kind of they do a fourth wall break, but inside a video game. And rather than it being like in Jay and Silent Bob, they do that whole joke of, wow, who'd pay to see a Jay and Silent Bob movie? And then all the characters look at the screen. It doesn't have that kind of like self-aware humor. It's like, wow, who'd spend 7 years wanting to come back to the same world? And they look at you and you're like, and for me it was like, hey, firstly, fuck off. You brought me here, Borderlands. Secondly, I came here to play the game. Don't mock me for wanting to be here to play this. I don't know. I'm sorry. It feels like I'm just picking on this game right now. And like I said, that's not the kind of... Hang on. Alright, we're clear. Yeah, and so Camille, like, I know what you're saying, and I do agree with that statement, but that wasn't the mockery they were going for. It was definitely there was a kind of humor for mocking the character. There was also one little scene where you have to flush a bunch of goodies out into space because there's a fire, and what is it? It's like, oh well, there goes the jetpack, grapple hook, and all the left-handed guns, and I'm like, game. Don't put that on me. You are literally the world that we're living in here. The fact that there isn't a grapple hook, a jetpack, and left-handed guns is your fault. Do you know what I mean? Oh, Kisa, also, we had a little staff meeting while you were away about the vending machines, so just... Oh, bullshit and chips! You work for me now! Oh, you absolute crumb bum! Yeah, way to back me up there, matey boy. You, deal with the darkness problem. He did not deal with the darkness problem. Anyway, I've been trying to sum up my feelings on Borderlands, because the thing was, like, that is horrific. That is horrific. Which bathroom is this one? Does anyone want to own up to this? Because I'm gonna call maintenance. I mean, you know what? I'll clear it up first. Still, it's just horrendous. One of you needs to seriously think about your dietary supplements. Sinjin is like, don't blame me, you didn't flush. Moose, I will not be reading out that joke because what you have committed there is also a crime. Alright, AWE loading bay Framaro AWE. Okay. Hang on, let me just pop that down. Okay, firstly, hell no. Oh, crud, you're right, Bacon Avenger. I am maintenance.
Can you deal with the darkness problem by making it no longer believe in a thing called love?
Lizzie, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Moose did the same. Fuck. And I blew up my lamp. I loved that lamp. Right, you, come here. Get some power going. Oh, and Moose managed to take the Yelden doing that. Impressive. Estano's like, well, some of us like the tasty mold. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm looking at the after effects. Maybe we need less tasty mold in our diets. I'm just gonna say it. Oh, I love lamp. I'm helping! Even if it does occasionally feel like the sheer amount of destruction that I cause in any given area. Okay, where were we? Oh, we get lore and we get some goodies. Feckin' we. All right. Oh, here we go. So here's about the arcade cabinets. A distance of 10 feet away between the items suppresses their effect. Effect only triggered on physical contact. The items are a pair of arcade games typed Shum and Shum 2, Kulga's Revenge. The game is manufactured by Bonko Entertainment, now out of business. Despite being a popular arcade game in Japan during the 80s, 90s, no other Shum cabinets have been found by our investigators. When touching one of the items, while it stands within 10 feet of its counterpart, the user's mind is transported into a version of the subject's reality that resembles a video game in logic and function. The brain enters a stroke-like state, which ends after the user finishes the game. Oh, God. That's not good at all. That's terrible. Probably should have definitely read that before giving it a go. Alright, well, let's see what we got here. Well, at least the elevator is full of light. Well, on the plus side, Robin, you do have at least a good taco story, and I dropped my lamp! Peebles. Oh, I hear you being spooky over there. Interesting. Are they like light turrets? Interesting. Gonna need some more power. We're gonna need more light. Can we move that? Alright, so we can change that one from one place to another.
Hey, is it
scary? I'm playing Resident Evil 7 with you and my vengeance will be glorious.
It will be. River, come here. Hold on.
Well, I gotta pee now.
Hold on.
Alright.
Alright. Do you want it? Huh? Give me the paws. Give me the other paws. No, the other one. You give me that one. No, the other one. You're the good girl. Lay down. Let's go up.
Good big girl.
She's unsure.
She's unsure of the treat, if she likes it or not. It looked very bougie. Was it one of those, like, freebies?
Yeah, it was the freebies from the bougie store. When I picked her food up, they were like, do you want treats? Here.
A packet of, like, super fancy bougie. Yay! Good big girl. I'm gonna pee now. Thanks for scaring that out of me. Such an ass. Alright, friendos. I'll be back in just a second.
Bouncy puppy bits.
Bouncy puppy bits indeed. Stiggs, sincerely thank you. I mean, it's going to end up going to keeping that little one fed, so... Feckin' weed. Let me just... There we go. So let me throw in some smooth jams for a second. I'll be back with you all in just a sec. I'm going to have to pee like a racehorse. Fiona scared it out of me. Oh, Wolfrad, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you for coming to hang out, yo. Yo, he's been good. Oh, my God. Yeah, Wolfrad. Let's go hanging out, yo. Alright, back in a second. Heavy bleed. Fiona's watching the American version of what is it? Being Human, the vampire, ghost, and werewolf sharing a small flat, and it is a particularly roary section. Which, while I am by no means against, this Alan Wake DLC got me jumpy. Won't lie. Okay, let me pause the sweet jams. And turn up the burb and get back into the thing. So yeah, Robin, I am sorry you've been going through the... Oh, piss off. I am sorry that taco time was not good. However, at least you got a story. Like, if it can't be good, at least it's interesting. Huh. Okay, I don't get this puzzle. So I guess we're supposed to move this thing around using this here? Okay. Robin's like, after reading all of it, I give it 3 stars. I mean, and if someone else is picking up the bill, right? Oh, and Ben, thank you kindly for the 100 bits. It did not cause the spoofage that one might have expected. But here we are. Well, there we go. Okie dokie Lokis. Look at us solving problems like it's no big deal. Just going to do another quick sweep to see if, make sure we didn't miss any lore. Robin saying, simply because I find myself having eaten it gone, I wish they'd given me what I wanted rather than I wish I hadn't eaten that. And you can't say fairer than that in some places. I never get enough of Jesse's kind of like flying and descending anims. Oh, and you have to forgive me, I'm having another coffee. This is a 3 coffee day. Oh, Kakazi's been in and out of work stuff, but still here and listening. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Like, I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to be distracting you from your work or not, Kakazi. But I'm trying. I'm not trying to on purpose. Robin's like, I don't even know how many coffees I've had today. Probably 4. I mean, I'm a bit of a coffee fiend. I'm trying to cut back a little bit because I don't go outside and do stuff in the evenings. I don't need as much coffee as I consume, and I worry that a large amount of my intake is purely based on a habit. But today I need it. This game is spooping me. I want to have my wits about me.
Shit.
Oh, please. Escape the darkened corridor. Well, I sincerely don't like this. Oh, cool. Diddlefingers is back. Hadouken! Double Hadouken. Telegram for you, sir!
It's too dark in here to fight this thing.
God, that thing's haunting. Oh. Oh, God. Okay, hold that thought, friendos. Ah! Do not like. Do not like. Right, this thing's gotta go somewhere. Oh God, it's just hideous. Alright. Heck you, you bad words. Alright. Sorry. Jumping back in, Kakazu was saying they're still very much enjoying this. Good. Because I think, considering the speed at which we're going through all of the additional content, additional elements, I think we'll probably have at least one more week on this, because I do not want to rush the Alan Wake DLC. While there's so much of Alan Wake's story I've forgotten, it's still a game that I remember so fondly. Damn, that resonance is loud. And like, I have no plans to blitz through the rest of the content, you know what I mean? This seems incredibly bad. Oh look, Hiss think they're people. Oh wow, they're not dead? Shenanigans. And so actually, Kakazi, that's something that I wanted to ask all of you lot, because we talked about this a little bit, but we never really got into the meat of this topic. So for you, friends, what is an indication of a game that I think deserves your time is the wrong turn of phrase, but what are the elements that draw you in for titles where you're prepared to go like above and beyond on a game? Because for this, obviously, anything with even a snifter of meta-narrative, and Will is all over that like a thirsty cat. Sorry, hold that thought. I am trying to talk to my friends! You are exceedingly fired! Sorry, where were we? Just gonna... IM says a myriad of very specific tastes being met at once. Well, are there any that you can identify? Because I know for yourself, like, anything that does something that's drastically outside the norm with audio-visual is absolutely up your alley.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time, and then we're done playing with you.
Understand. Jelly.
Where are you from?
Jumbo grain. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly. Derp arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing, boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about. Wind and Windy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never mind. I can't do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys in research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
If I had the were-rule to remember to do it, I would, from here on in, end every conversation with Spider Time! That's a catchphrase. Oh goody, the hiss are back. So jumping back in, so Stigsworth says, you will be fired. Good. Out of a cannon into the sun. That's bad. Robin, for Robin, it's a game with deep systems-driven gameplay is what gets them in for oodles of time. Yeah. Now, for this, it's definitely, like, narrative plus environmentals is what... Sorry, hold that thought. Everybody's got to scream a lot today, apparently. Dear Ball, you work for me now. Alright, let's get some more people in for employment. How would you like a job? Forklift test management. Ha! The forklift, it's tested. Ow! Sorry, I'm going to come back to... I apologize for asking you all a really good conversational topic. Right at the moment, the game's like, by the way, it's shooty gunbang time. Okay, so C222 would like to hope that spider time is not to be taken literally. And I don't think that, like, I don't think your requests are, like, unfair or unreasonable. Inim was saying that because they're myriad of different tastes, they've seen little slivers of things they love in different games, and wanting to see them brought together. Like, I don't think that's unfair in the slightest. So Stiggs is all. Stiggs is about.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Ooh, a button.
A button indeed. A 20-month button, no less. Mmm. Inky shadow flavor. Inky shadow flavor and. Who's that? Tall Tales, what, ho friends? Coming in, coming in. How are you doing? We were getting into some proper arty-farty video gamey conversations. So make yourself at home. Pour yourself a bevy. We've got plenty of time to be doing some talking. I even used a shield. Oh, don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years. So, Toll, how was your day? How was your stream? I think it's actually a pretty good chance to take a stop and a breather while I sip my coffee and go back into conversational. When you came on in, I asked a very, very open-winded question of everybody. And I guess it's a little bit unfair because it's a conversation topic that you can dive into. It's as deep as a bloody trench. But I was asking, like, what is it about certain games that really pulls you in? Because we have gone above and beyond on Control. Honestly, I have almost been actively seeking out the lore of this world to almost artificially extend how much time we get to spend in the oldest house. And I've been pondering to myself a lot what makes certain games the kinds that I will absolutely immerse myself in, and one of the ones which I will kind of, I don't know, which I'll only take really at skin deep value. Also, sorry, to those who came over with Tall Tales.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, dang well, would you look at that?
29 months, no less. Sorry, I wanted to say a thank you to both Graphite Sparrow and Secretly Robin for throwing in some subs. You feckin' legends. So, TT Sky, or TTSCI, however that goes down. Watto and welcome. Lovely to meet you. Quickly, Tall Tales says they started stream late because they splattered wood stain all over their face and upper half. Oh, no! Although you probably look feckin' cool with it, but I'm sure it's not a healthy maneuver. Kakazi was saying for themselves, what gets the engine revving is a game which developers clearly put a lot of care and effort into crafting the universe in which the game is set. Developing a flush and nuanced story and characters within that universe that leaves room for more, and relies on interesting and finely crafted game mechanics to help drive. Yeah. And like right now, we can talk about just the ideal. You know, we're not talking about actually how one makes it, but more what one draws. And it's a difficult thing to do once you've worked in games for a while, is to disconnect from the effort and just think about the puerile what draws you in. Like, and it's worlds and experiences for me. I can have a great time in a world with no characters, but it's a world of craft and care. Anything that uses the medium of games to say something will also sucker me in like something wholesale. I'm willing to forgive a very, very janky game if it's prepared to acknowledge itself and the impact it has on us, the user. But Toll's saying, fortunately, they had some oil-based makeup remover that seems to have worked well. Oh, very cool. So once you'd redistributed your paint, your wood-flavored camo, how was your stream? Iron it says was adding. I think the difficult question is that so many different things that they love come to mind, but they'd write a novel trying to nail it all down. I mean, I can understand the slivers of elements wanting to bring those together. What are some of the elements that jump out to you, Iron? Do you know what I mean? I mean, the other thing is, like, no one can truly answer what is the definitive perfect game for themselves because games as a medium is still growing. There are game mechanics and systems and stories that we don't even know exist yet that are going to be the kinds of pieces of art that define us as people. Like, and that's kind of exciting, you know? Then Robin's like, excuse me, do we have Metroid Prime, but it's Dark Souls yet? I don't know. Robin says, I entirely love me some Jank. I spent entirely too many hours in Two Worlds multiplayer. I mean, I'm there with you. I will also forgive a less than perfect title that tries to do something interesting. I still love Divinity 2. Not Original Sin, but Dragon Knight Saga. Because it lets you transform into a fecking dragon and destroy stuff. Oh. And it also had this incredibly interesting system where you could read minds using your powers, but it came at a cost of XP, which I thought was very, very fascinating. Toll says stream was good. Finished playing Rain on Your Parade. Yes! That game is glorious. And it's made by a local Seattle team, so... what actually annoyed me is I chained up a bunch of tweets saying nice things about Rain on Your Parade just before my Twitter account got locked. Grubble, 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 grubble. Oh, you did some work with them. Oh, way cool. Sorry, it's that whole thing of like getting people's usernames and Twitch handles and people names. It all gets a bit interwoven, you know? And yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Kakazi, about how, you know, it's the care and the way in which developers use their systems to tell a story that shines through. It's a difficult thing to describe in isolation, but you can clearly point to it when it's done. And so Tall Tales, my Twitter account's just locked at the moment, so I can't get in, I can't read anything. I've been blepping at Twitter support, nothing so far. But it's nothing terrible bad. Iron Imp was adding that one of the things I quite like are things that use cutting edge or interesting mechanics with the trappings of Retro Pixel. Oh yeah, so like Obra Dinn, right? Or what was the one that gave us all a headache that was really interesting? The something Fortress? The Hidden Castle? God, my brain's jello. I'm going to listen to this tape again anyway because it made me smile, but I think, yeah, we're up to date.
Okay, we're going to try this one more time and then we're done playing with you. Understand?
Jelly.
Yeah, no, Robin, you're right. It's Polybus.
Jumbo Grand. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly. Dirt arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing, boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about. Wind and Windy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there
Wind and
a
Windy
Mitchell
Mitchell.
at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never
Tubes.
mind. I can't do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys at research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
Spider time! Tubes. Real Hunt was pointing out that one of their favourite games of literally all time is Journey. They love games like Fallout, Skyrim, Doom Eternal, but Journey's got this weirdly special way that traps you in its story with elements and tempts you to seek the next scene, the next reveal, indeed. It also does that wonderful thing where you can continue to play the game after you've finished it through the medium of helping others, and I always love games that allow that. It's rarer than it should be, because if there's one thing that we know from streaming video games, it's that sometimes our emotional attachment, especially to like linear narratives or narratives that have a defined end, like, sometimes our love and emotional attachment to those games extends longer. Hadouken! Extends longer than the playtime of that session. So, like, if you've ever played a game and have suddenly felt like, ugh, I just want this to be over, that's usually the point at which your emotional attachment or engagement has fallen off, but you feel other forces pushing you to play forward. And if you've ever played through a game and been sitting there and been like, I want more, that means that there's still a part of you that's engaged, a part of you that's emotionally attached or otherwise, right? Journey does this incredible thing where once you've played through it, you can go back in and help others. And that's fucking glorious. Souls has it too. Like, you can play through the whole ass game and then go sunbro for whomever. Okay, more in, like, in 3 and stuff like that, but it's something that I think is worth thinking about. Like, I think is worth discussing. Shackle says, back with pizza, did we get the conversation at the bottom elevator? Tubes? Spider Time? Dun and Dun Mitchell? What's here? Oi. Oi, you. Lamp. Inem says, I really like games with an effective or intimidating skeletons. Dark Souls, Total War, Death Crown. You know, skellies that actually get the job done and aren't easy fodder. True. Skeletons have gotten a bad rap. Count Fred says, tangentially, I need to play Flower again. Oh, God. You'll saw that, right? Don't play the PC port of Flower, though. God, you're hideous.
Looks like whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with his corruption. Blake did call him the third thing.
Okay. Also, I'm sure we've all noticed this, but there's something around this area where, like, the corruption around the oldest house isn't fixing as we go through. There's some messed up nonsense going on here. I mean, so Count Fraz, you might be okay with it, but the PC port of Flower, at least the one that's up on Steam, is not very good. But it might be fine for just play lightly, relive that wonderful, glorious experience. I mean, I guess the other thing that will draw me into a game is any game that allows me to come away with my own interpretation of things. Because someone was saying earlier, if there's a video for Control that like breaks down the lore or goes into the depth and the detail of it, and do you know what? I kind of don't want that. There's a lot to this that I feel like our interpretation of the oldest house and how it works, I think is incredibly valid. Like how we talked about the director. And it would turn out that during the Foundation it was explained a little bit better, but how the director went from being a title, as one would have in an agency, to being a title that one gains by acquiring altered items or items of power. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to check back on. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed any comments from Totes or Peeps, because if people are going to take the time to bring a raid in, I will at least give. I need to at least be a vaguely good conversational host.
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle a bit.
Langston.
My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never, never. Always, never, never. But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend is that word? Stranger. Strange.
Go to poetry jail, Langston.
Strange strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight.
Oh.
Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around.
Alright, we do not fucking talk about the rubber duck. People died to that.
Every time that it quacks, because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the duck stares at you and continues to quack, 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 quack.
Langston, you're fired. Get the fuck out of my office and please clean out your desk. Right. That was terrible poetry. That wasn't quite cyber poetry, but it was up there with the bad. Lord Lost, no. Lord Lost's like, it's terrible, but I want more of it. I'm pretty sure that would constitute self-harm if I allowed you to. I would be a bad friend. Oh yeah, and Kakazi, like, no, joking aside, bravo to that actor. I still remember as a kid seeing this interview with a Alright, I'm gonna just activate the point first before I get very lost. An interview with a comedian about doing comedy piano and how it's much more difficult to play an instrument badly than it is to play it well. It takes a lot of effort to poet bad. No! Oh, darn it! Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. We lost, Darn it! I'm so sorry, friends. I didn't see what that was. And I moved through the menus a little quickly. Sorry, EXO, did I say hello when you came in? I hope I did. What ho, friend. But yeah, I don't know, I've been thinking about it a lot recently about what kind of games like absolutely absorb me. And it's easy to point to those. It's easy to point to mechanics and design choices that kind of enrapture us in games, but the overall vibe and feel of it is much more difficult. And I don't know, it's one of those things that keeps me awake at night, because apparently I'm that guy. Why am I in here? This is a terrible idea. Oh, we do have another tape, so that's good.
This piece is called Me and You. It's summer in New York City. A boy with a wolf's head eats some ice cream. The ice cream melts. The wolf head howls. We howl together, me and you. The mayor stares at a bicycle. A little girl watches him watch the bike, watch him watch the bike, and on and on and on, like the ticking of 1,000 clocks. We listen to the ticking together, me and you.
Lord Lost, don't encourage this.
A traffic light decides it doesn't want to be a traffic light anymore. People call it names, and it's hurt. I take it to see a movie.
Sir, you cannot date a traffic light.
Time. Me and you.
Sir, you still have to pay full price for a ticket, even though it's a...
People think we're weird, but we ignore them. We're friends now, connected by a moment.
We'll always share this story, even if people don't understand it. You and me and you.
Shackle's heckling me because I sound like the kind of person who's never had the courage to ask out a traffic light. I feel hurt, offended, and slightly challenged there, Shackle. Okay, and Kakazi was saying that the file was... Alright, so that one we've got. You were saying the research file was... was it D something? Shared Hartman, okay. Salvador. Okay, research.
Also this coming from someone that got in a street brawl with posted signage.
Okay, look. I feel the need to defend myself. I didn't get in a fight with a stop sign. I saw a low-hanging branch and took umbrage. Mistakes were made. I'm still sorry. Sorry, friends.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
19 and 20 had a battle. 21.
Deus, you're a treasure. Thank you. Thank you kindly. And I love that as soon as we mentioned the stop sign, like, there's at least 4 people who all went for a different joke, like, off the hip. Sadlin went for, well, wasn't much of a fight, really. 1-punch knockout. I have an extra knuckle. And Camille says, you're right. It was one-sided. Side won. Clank singing at me, you fought the sign and the sign won. Alright, if you don't know the story, I was coming back from the pub, shit-faced, admittedly, and I had my little Spotify playlist on, and you know how sometimes the perfect song comes on at the perfect time, so I'm bouncing my way up the hill, I'm having a feckin' good time, and I swing through at a low-hanging branch in time with the music. What I didn't see was the reversey-pursey of a stop sign, like, clanged into it. It hurt, but I was drunk, so I just went to bed. Turns out, bled a lot.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
30. 30.
30. 30. So, Quasi, thank you as well, friend, because that's Quasi, Deus, and... Oh, no, it's been a while. Okay, no, I did say thank you to the other ones. Thank you kindly. Anyway, if you don't know the story, my hand swelled up like a balloon, and I insisted that it was just dislocated for about a week until caffeine bullied me into getting it x-rayed. And yeah, it was an open fracture. Mr. Bone popped up to say hello. Good times. Okay, so... an EXO... God. I mean, I would say that traffic cones and flashing signs were liberated during my teens, but I never officially... Well, I wouldn't say I'd ever officially count myself as being a student. Like, I guess, you know, did school as most did college directly after, and then got chucked out, so I kind of just moved to London and worked. Okay, so this was the note to go alongside the weird-ass beat poetry. So Dr. Hartman is the first Type 2 shade individual to be examined alive by the Bureau, and has proven to be a valuable asset for our understanding of the Shadow. Like all shaded individuals, the specimen is constantly shielded or produces a whare of darkness that makes visual observation difficult. This whare also produces also protects the specimen from harm. During testing, non-lethal ballistics proved ineffective against it. The specimen uses words and phrases that seem to originate from its previous life as a therapist. Some phrases have even been identified as quotes from Dr. Harmon's book, The Creator's Dilemma. And this seems to indicate the host's personality remains where to some degree. For research purposes, Shaded Harmon was relocated to the Cauldron Lake Lodge replica built in the AWV investigation. Researchers hope familiar settings may trigger new behavior. This experiment has yielded no results so far. Man, the fact that there's like an architecture department in the oldest house makes me smile. Like, there's a team of people whose entire job consists of, like, recreating parts of the world so that altered objects and things can feel better. Oh! You work for me now! You also work for me now! Go handle that for me, will you? Cool. Everybody works for me now. I told you, friends, aggressive employment strategy. That's what we're about here.
Well, we know what Will's role is in the FBC. Director of HR with all the hiring he's doing.
Yeah, seriously, I can get the HR department revitalized. Get other people to fight for me, it's great. Oh, speaking of hella effective. Yeah, nice try, vending machine. Even Kisa can't save you now. Like, are we supposed to be down there helping? I'm not entirely sure. There's lots of explosions coming up. No. Alright, big lad, you work for me now. I don't know if there's anyone else left to murderate. Ah, he's good. Okay. So where were we before an incredible amount of violence? Was I just telling stories of broken bones? Broken Bones in Georgetown.
Star Wars gave us aggressive negotiations. Control brings us aggressive hiring practices.
Yeah. It's very easy to fill your quota of new hires if you're not picky. Ugh. Sorry, so what were we chatting about before? I guess it was just my busted ass hand, right? Well, I guess I was putting forward that fluffy conversation topic of what is it that draws you into a game wholesale? Oh. Oh, here we go. Nightspring Screenplay, page 3. Brace yourself, friends. The director steps closer to the horrible entity. He reaches out with a steady hand. You are mine now, creature! I will return you to my facility and control your power!
Sir, we don't know!
The entity instead rushes forward and engulfs the director. He screams in pain, and the scientist looks on and does nothing, like the coward he is. Entity, subtitled. I am not the one being examined. I am not the one locked inside a prison. Gradually, the director emerges from the entity. His once sparkling eyes are now empty and dull. The scientist rushes to him.
Sir! Sir! We have to escape!
And the director's all like, we cannot! They are in control now. I got what I wanted. God, I'd love to do like an Amdram, like cheesy budget production of Night Springs. You know, like Community Theatre does Night Springs. Is that weird? Oh, I had a lot of fun. I'd have a lot of fun doing that. But then again, I am very easily amused, so... I'll bring a lantern with us. Yeah, and this is something that has been well documented. Arca Conclave said, is that the board? We're still really not sure about the board, and I like that. Oh, sorry! Didn't even mean to push that. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Get a real, did you wake me up, did you rub my lamp feeling going on here. Okay, so this is definitely the way we're going to go. So let's check out the other area. Sorry. I already made that. Sorry. Oh, wow. I went off into space for a second there, friends. I do apologise. Sorry, just gonna do a bit of spring cleaning before we move on. There we go. It's much more entertaining to get rid of mold and household problems with a shotgun, I have to admit. I think if the cure for like regular black mold was just apply shotgun liberally, I think it'd be less of a problem, you know? Hallucinogenic spores. So how many times can I wreck this one thing? I see no way this ends badly. Okay, firstly, fuck off. You hideous beast. Secondly, who wants to go back to space? Got ourselves a little space team going on here. It's a hideous monstrosity. Framuro. AWE.
I knew you'd be.
Pardon, why are you such an ass? Alright, I'll search through here to grab lore stuff once we've dealt with this dingus. Did we do a thing? Nope. Nigga, I don't see you, buddy! I'll bean you with an office chair, I don't give a shit! Ow, 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 ow! Spooky bullshit! Ah, spooky bullshit, Diddle Fingers! Alright, spooky bullshit Diddle Fingers can go away. I don't like this. I think we've got to get over there. But I don't even know we're supposed to be delivering this thing to.
Captain on the bridge.
Can I get a Doomho?
You can indeed. Doomho, friend! But, again, we're eyeballs deep into Alan Wake's creepy Diddle Fingers enemy bastard. And it's unsettling. So... Oh, nearly biffed that, didn't I?
Control, the moon landing was real. But the moon itself we had to fake.
Oh, God, no! Oh, God, it's nasty. Oh, it's so grim. Oh. Okay, cool. So we're going to need to find another one of those. This is going to be bad. I'm just going to live in here. This is my new office. Friends, like, if you want to just roll out some sleeping bags, like, we've got some computers, we've got a bit of leftover coffee, and a tiny cardboard box. We can live the dream in here. We need never go out there to deal with horrible Diddle Fingers. Sorry, I'll wait till Baron gets back to thank him properly. But Shackle, thank you for the 200 bits. Sorry, I was so busy running from horrors, I didn't say a proper thank you. Mate, salad fingers? No. This creature is like salad fingers mixed with Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I'm vehemently not okay with this great big abomination. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad! Okay, Baron, what I wanted to say was thank you kindly for 31 months. Like, the feckin' peak we've got at a tier 3, dude. Thank you. Oh, God! Oh, the face opens! That's horrific! I don't like it! Oh, it means there's another one out there somewhere. Alright, I'm gonna hide in here and talk to Baron for a sec. Graphite has a room with a few computers, sleeping bags, leftover coffee. Reminds me of some LAN parties, exactly! You know, it might get a bit ripe after a couple of days, but it'll be fine! Loki, what, friend? How are you doing? Okay, yes, Stiggs, you're right. My face also opens up as well, but in predetermined stages. Like, honestly, the absolute maximum amount of mouth openage that I'm allowing is Kermit the Frog. Anything beyond that? No. That's an SCP, set it on fire. Bert Nerney? Fine. Anything beyond that? Get the heavy flamer. Oh, and Spence Matt Watto, friend. So, Loki, how are you doing? And, you know, Baron, again. Thank you, dude. God, there's one more of these feckin' things around here somewhere. Oh, actually, we can just go feck you. And turn on the super lights from up here. Hey, guess what? Eat my well-lit pale buttocks! Yeah, don't you like that, do you? Stumble bastard. So...
One less place for him to hide.
Alright. Gerbil took the top head. Where? Speak to the voice on the cell intercom. Sure, beg it, why not? Sorry, Loki was saying they're on call at the moment, so they're in super lurk mode, no worry. So Baron, I got your message saying that the 8th might not be viable, which is fine, but where's their schedule? I might not be able to do the 15th because I might have double booked myself with the Healthy Hammer Himbos. Yo, fucking yo. Baron, thank you kindly. So we could do a grand return to Memnol for the 22nd. Yeah, I know, Kisa, I know. The downside of booking things in advance. Oh, here we go.
Hello? Yes, B? Worry who? C to C.
Hello?
Hello. Great about us today. Long roads and no hardly. You are Bygone?
Sure. Why are you locked up in here?
Casual turning. Back in front. Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you want?
The head? The head for tails? For reading news, jars, words, and tumble. The reading head.
Okay, take it easy. I'll take a look.
So maybe it wants something to read. Or a jar. Let's just see what we can find.
Gerbil took the top head. I mean, that makes sense to me. Does that make sense to you lot? Want something to read with, like a face. Like in that movie, Face Off. Oh, go away, his target.
This could be what it wants. Let's give it a shot.
Look at a tiny face! Alright, we're absolutely going to read the... Hang on, I tell you what, we'll read the documents as we come by, just in case I miss them, but like... Okay, so Kakazi says we can hand him a bunch of things, but there's only one thing they actually want. Alright, well, let's have fun with it. Let's just see how many things we can throw it. C222 says Nick Cage is an AWE. Nick Cage is an object of power. Or there is something on Nicolas Cage's person that is in itself an object of power, but it's one or t'other. Alright, so a paranatural entity arrived on Earth by infiltrating the Apollo 14 lunar mission at an unknown point in their voyage to the Fra Mauro highlights of the moon. Sorry, forgive my cheeky tea burps. 32 hours after the return of Apollo 14, command module on Earth, the Bureau was contacted by Mr. Hua, a White House senior official, and instructed to send a small team to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. At the base, the team examined the entity and carried out interviews with NASA staff. They learned that 4 astronauts had returned to Earth instead of the expected 3. Each human crew member was insistent the mission left with 4 members, though they couldn't name the 4th when asked. The entity seemingly affected their memory to make its presence feel unremarkable. Well, that's very Buffy. The entity was transported to the oldest house for further investigation. Note, An altercation between NASA security and the investigation team occurred upon arrival. Mr. Ware called to clarify the matter, though tensions remain high. Bureau jurisdiction and clearance should be defined more clearly with other federal agencies. Okay. I'm definitely giving the thing in the box. Alright, let's see if loo paper does it.
No, jars. A head. Scotch and peppers? Head.
Okay, that wasn't right. Let's try something else.
And yes, I'm absolutely putting in the cuddly animal. It's gotta happen. Here we go!
Maybe it'll like this.
It's so squeaky!
That all came from the moon.
Cock's gun. It came from the moon. So Baron, I might not be able to do the 8th and the 15th because I thought the 8th was out. But I'll blep at you on DMs, yo.
Head. A-S-B-E. Head.
Nope. Let's keep trying.
What? It didn't want the squeaky thing? That's bullshit chips. All right. You ever drunk Bailey's from a shoe? Okay, as the director of the Federal Bureau of Control, that happened because of AWE-based entities. I didn't explode that. No. Just, piss. Or you know how that hiss gets with their explosions.
Maybe this will do the trick?
Just relay race.
Ping pong. Ahead.
Guess that wasn't it either.
Rooster, you ping pong. Alright, so what have we got here? It's my birthday. Please take some. Sweet! Free cheese! Hang on, let me read this document first. We all get free cheese. Adam's like, what did you do, Will? Well, okay, I might have just given an AWE a large amount of booze and a squeaky toy. Like, I think I'm being a very good host right now. Okay, so the Apollo 14 entity, is commonly known as FRA, underwent a series of physical examinations upon its admittance to the oldest house. The entity can speak, though its poor grasp of the English language makes any meaningful conversation impossible. Interview material can be found in Wah. The physical form consists solely of the extravehicular mobility suit, or the EMU, the EMU, spacesuits found used by NASA astronauts. The same model worn by the crew. This could be an authentic EMU taken from one of the NASA astronauts, or one materialized through conversion, or possibly corporealization. The suit itself is slightly damaged, which is likely due to the fact that the command module did not have a fourth seat for the entity to strap into during re-entry. If the cosmonaut exhibition is ever in your city, give it a look, because the NASA modules were practically roomy compared to what the cosmonauts got sent in. It's a very interesting thing. I always used to think that the physical requirements for being an astronaut or a cosmonaut was just being like the peak physical fitness, right? That you had to be a certain level of what's the term? We'll say buff to be an astronaut, but it turns out there's actually a height range that they're looking for, specifically like people in the low 5 feet. Who are in good physical condition are more likely to be astronauts. So tall people do not apply. And I'm pretty sure the differentiation between the length of my legs and my torso would count me right the feck out. Yeah, the cosmonauts just had to be small enough to fit. Anyway, so the EMU is entirely hollow and pieces can be removed, though this seems to agitate the entity. X-rays and spectrograph images have shown shaped outlines living within the suit. For safety reasons, the entity will be contained in a secure cell until more information can be gathered. Who wants a cheese plate?
This might do it.
Alright, if the entity doesn't want an assorted cheese plate... Okay, well, assorted cheese plate sans the Wensleydale, because Lord Lost called dibs. Yeah, as C222 says, you have to be able to squeeze inside a Robin Reliant for 40 hours with 2 other dudes. Oh, it just, for someone who finds like long haul flights to be distasteful on the legs, the idea of 40 hours strapped in was essentially a tiny bucket seat. Like, fuck that noise.
Lady, you are school and dirt for loosing.
Keep that up, and I won't help you anymore.
School and dirt for loosing. What does it even mean? Like, I feel like someone's talking cool people talk at me and I just don't understand. Alright, tiny basketball, here we go. Yeah, J-Post.
This will do it.
What if we are Spider
I'm
Time?
ready to be done with this.
I'm with you there, Jesse. I'm with you there. I can't believe he turned his nose up at a frickin' cheese platter. Although, that's probably years... Wait, if that cheese platter has been down here for a few years, does that make it better or worse? I forget.
Furry clocks, lady. The head. 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 No snacks. Head is top of all up and down. At the top. The top head.
Wait, does this thing actually mean head? Head is in a body's head? Where the hell am I gonna find that?
Well, we know where that's at. Although, it's okay, so once we've gone through this, we should actually have access to the central area, which we can go back and get the head from. Yeah, the helmet was in the department director's office. Yeah, it's top of all of up and down. The head. I don't know how they've done it with this particular character, and those of you who understand, like, English language stuff will probably understand the how better. But I feel like I understand everything that that character is saying. There's that, like, a weird... Well, this is terrible and bad. Like, I genuinely feel like I can understand the intent and meaning behind what's being said, but I forget what the clever term is for that. What? I thought it might open. Kakazi says that it has a lot to do with tone of voice. I mean, hard agree. I wouldn't be able to tell you what writing techniques are employed to make that work. You know what I mean?
You know, I was in the investigation sector when it was evacuated. Well, not there. I was an executive because they have the best snap machines. You may think they're all the same because of that plain white packaging, but there's a difference. You know those thick ruffled potato chips? They're my favorite. All the machines outside executive carry those flimsy little thin chips. They have no texture. I may as well eat cardboard. Anyway, I get back to the elevator and they tell me the sector is being evacuated. They wouldn't even let me go back in for my stuff. Can you believe that? I worked at that desk for years. I had photos on it. My favorite stapler, one of those good ones that could staple a 50-page report, no problem. A little cash, and some, personal recordings. Yeah, they locked the whole area down tight, no one in or out, and then they march us all back to executive to interview everyone. I wasn't even there when it happened, and they were asking me if I noticed anything suspicious, if I saw anyone tampering with the containment cell and so on. Well, the only thing they learned was I prefer the ruffled chips to the non-ruffled ones. Better mouthfeel, like I said before. And then, after 3 hours of questions, they recommend we all go for trauma counseling. I was like, no thanks, I have my own therapist. I know I could use the word therapist and save a few bucks, but I worry they're going to put anything I say in a file somewhere. A bit paranoid, I know, but I work for a secret government organization, so yeah.
Actually, Langston, that's the smartest shit you've said all day.
To my therapist, I mean. She said that a lot of my issues stemmed from a negative outlook. Of course, I can't tell her anything about what I do, so I just had to sit there and nod. I kept waiting for that big aha moment. You know, where I realized that my need for approval stems from my dad or something? Turns out therapy doesn't work like that, so I stopped going. TV really gives you a skewed understanding of these kinds of things.
Sir, I don't think that's
I
how...
realize that I'm processing stress in an unhealthy way. I try not to carry all that around with me anymore, but it does stack up. Hard to just say no thank you to the anxiety buzzing in your head. One really helpful thing she had me do was find a creative outlet. I started doing some experimental music/poetry that I think was really ahead of its time.
No.
This was years back. I'm cooking up some pretty new sounds these days. Think My Bleeding Clock meets Sylvia Plath. Do you play any instruments?
Curious.
Well, I can see you
so
being
concerned.
a guitarist, maybe a bassist. It's funny, I played the tuba in high school band. My favorite was In the Hall of the Mountain King. Tuba didn't get a lot of spotlight in most of the songs Mrs. McKinley chose, but Mountain King was my time to shine. Bum 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 bum.
Sorry.
Ah, classic. I've moved on to less mainstream instruments now, but the tuba will always be a part of me. What were we talking about before? Right, the evacuation. Yeah, I heard afterward that the Hartman specimen had gotten loose and killed some staff. They had me digitizing records in some dark corner of the sector, so I didn't know a whole lot about the Bright Falls investigation at the time. It's a strange case. Most AWEs are one and done, but Bright Falls has pretty regular flare-ups. 3 incidents since 1970 when we first started tracking it. I got really interested when I heard Alan Wake was involved with the latest occurrence. I'm a huge Wake fan. I love the Alex Casey novels. That over-the-top, hard-boiled detective thing is right up my alley. They're making a movie of the series.
It
But the
can't be
guy
a
who plays
coincidence
Casey
that I
doesn't
saw
have
him in a
enough
motel.
gravel in his voice, you know? I
Was he
remember being
drawn
so
here by the
pissed when
investigation?
Wake killed off Casey in the books. It's not a huge surprise, though. Wake sounded like a bit of a dick. Drank too much, fought paparazzi. The tabloids even said he was an abusive husband. So, yeah, troubled artist and all that. Apparently, there were chapters of an unfinished manuscript floating around after Wake disappeared.
Interesting.
People say they're cursed, which is a very discriminatory term against altered materials, by the way. The forums all called the
Langston.
unfinished book Departure because Wake kept saying it would be a departure from his previous work. I found some pages that are supposedly the real deal on the internet. It's pretty dark stuff. He was going full horror, which makes sense since he used to write for Night Springs, but I would have preferred if he did something a little lighter. I've always said Wake had a great instinct for humor. Hey, did you know we own Night Springs? Yeah, the Bureau bought the rights after the original series ended. I've sent some story suggestions to the production team, but apparently they are not accepting pitches at this time. Typical. I'd be a great addition to their team, right? Huh. I didn't see you nod. Is this thing not on? Let me check.
It's definitely on.
Jesse, you're a treasure!
Okay. Oh, the wire's down here. Huh. Oh, looks like it should be working. Hello? If you can hear me, shoot something. That was inconclusive. You shoot so often, it's hard to know when it's intentional. There also could be a delay on this video feed. Maybe the system just needs a reboot. This is a good opportunity to use a restroom anyway. Stay safe, ma'am. You guys are going to escort me, right? Okay, good.
Oh my life! Langston has the best lines! When you lot said we were going to really like him as a character later, I was like, okay. I should never have doubted you. Oh my life! There's just this rapid-fire train of thought nonsense that's just brilliant. Like, he has no sense of... Oh, wow. And whoever that was that picked something up for $60 on Humble, feckin' thank you. Yeah, Kakazi, I would love to shake this actor's hand. The thing is because we've been talking a lot about... well, okay, not talking a lot about. Like, since I got a bit of a taste for voice acting stuff, I want to have a crack at things like this. Like, I don't think I'm some, like, incredible talent, and I know it's very, very, very passé for anyone that does a thing on YouTube or the Twitch to be like, now I'm a voice actor! Because voice acting's a feckin' skill. Like, hanging out with Leo, and I guess from other friends who've done it, like, it's not something that one just does. But getting the chance to experiment and kind of play in that space is a lot of fun. Barry was like, it was me! It was for Giant Woman! That was the first thing I saw when I woke up today, and it made me smile. Alright. So, we need to... Where's the entrance here? Oh, it's back this way. Okay, so we're heading back to go get the astronaut's helm. Although by the looks of things, we probably could have flown. Oh, bloody hiss. Alright, it's time for some more aggressive hiring policies. With me, Will. Let you kids Pokemon it up. Agananiki says I've been struggling with the urge to throw together a short script with some random characters to mess with voice acting stuff. I mean, I don't see why not. I think it's one of those things where, considering the saturation of amateur voice actors these days, it's one of those things that I'd only really ever advise someone do if they just want to have fun with it, you know? I wouldn't advise anyone get into voice acting with the intent of going pro, because, God, there's so many things that have to line up. But as a thing to do, it's a crapload of fun. And I gotta admit, like... Oh, I could have just... Alright, I'm just gonna take the control center and go for a bit of the fast travel. Astral constructs. Weapon forms? Construct the surge. Is that new? Alright, well... I mean, it's not like it's something that I'm going to be using. Oh, wow. So I can start building some, like, wonderfully bullshit mods. Weapon mod infinite? Personal mod infinite. Lovely. Lovely. Sorry. Okay. A quick recap on the story of Will so far, because when it comes to, like, acting or performance-based professions, I'm always going to be a little bit negative. There's some members of my family growing up initially made their names in like television and then stage acting, and growing up in that environment, like, I did see a lot of the kind of damage that does as a profession. I also saw how the disconnection between ability and talent and success in that profession is vast. And I don't think it's something that I really understood until I was much, much older. And I don't think a lot of people necessarily do, is that if you enjoy performance as a profession, it's finding the sphere that allows you to do it and eat at the same time is a huge success. A lot of the time we're very, very focused on, especially when it comes to like television or film acting, like get bigger, get more seen. I remember growing up and hearing constantly like, why isn't Bruce Campbell in more things? As if somehow it was either a failing of that particular actor or a failing of the system. Turns out, Bruce Campbell does exactly as much stuff as he wants to. After making a shit ton of money from being in Hollywood and television, he went back to his hometown, and he has like an Amdram theater and like amateur movie production lot where he does or funds like small town productions and small town films. Like, that's what he wants to do. And I don't know, I think about that a lot. I think about the guy who did the voice of John Marston in Red Dead Redemption, making his money and using his money to quit LA and acting and just open an honest-to-goodness horse ranch and raise animals. I saw what acting as a profession does to a human, even when they're successful at it, and I can't help but think about that a lot. I don't know, maybe there's also the fact that I'm very biased. Like, I never wanted to work in theatre, and I certainly never wanted to work in like performative aspects of like television and stuff. However, I now spend every day hanging out with you lot, which is not something that I thought I wanted, and now that I have it, I fucking love it. You know? I always thought once I got into games, it was always about getting like the next promotion, getting the next rung on the ladder, and now I get to hang out with you guys every day, and it's fucking grand. Sorry, with you all. And C222, I've not gotten the chance to play Disco Elysium since it's been voice acted, but we will return to it. But there's a bunch of other long play games that I want to get to before we do Disco Elysium again as a group. And when we do Disco Elysium, like, I might do it as a long ship after dark and just like start with a bottle of gin and see how far we get, you know? But yeah, so sorry. Like, bringing it way back, I think what I'm saying to, like, Agananiki and I guess to Kakazi is, like, think of fun things that you can do that allow you to do, like, voice acting-y type stuff that you'll enjoy, and just aim for that. That is already winning. You know, it's not about getting a video gamey role or stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And C222, we can see how far we get into the game and the gin in one sitting of Disco Elysium. Reload efficiency? It's kind of lame. I guess we have to wait for these to... Oh no, I just need more bizarrely over the top. Well, most of those are useless. Anyway, I was going to fast travel to... where was it? Abandoned offices. Yeah, Agananiki was just saying VA for funsies is where it's at for them. That's good to hear, yo. That's good to hear. Like, I'm not saying I thought you... I guess it was just something I wanted to say. Like, when we talk about voice acting stuff and people who are, you know, air quotes professional, like, again, Leo is definitely someone I consider to be a professional voice actor. He does have a... He has a day job to pay the bills, certainly, but... Wait, do I need to go further back? I think I do, actually. I think it's... Is it through here? No, that's the... Wait, do we have to go to the other side of the fire break for this? Oh, bleed Nora. Yeah, we need to go back to the sector head office. Alright. Because we were talking about this last time we did like a drinking and G Gundam session, was having fun and doing like a G Gundam abridged, just because it would be stupid fun, but not even for the intent of it being for YouTube or for success or anything like that. And one thing that I want to do, and I'm pretty sure I've probably bored you all to tears with this discussion, is I want to do, like, oh no! You're not invited to this party! Hooten, no! Hooten finds an ass whooping is what's about to happen. Now you know what? I'm not even rehiring you. You're an ass. I came here to get a guy's helm, and you stopped me. Stiggs was saying that, oh, they're out of touch. Was familiar with Disco Elysium, but was picturing Let It Die. Alright, but the guy that does the voice of Uncle Death added so much to that experience.
A helmet.
There we go.
For a head. Is that what the prisoner meant?
Oh, Jesse.
Guess there's only one way to find out.
You know it was. But yeah, so Stiggs, I don't know if we discussed this since you've come to hang out, but I tried playing Disco Elysium and kind of got trolled into playing it the wrong way, if that makes sense. And so I'm really looking forward to having another crack at it with the voice acting and all of those elements. Okay, so now we can fast travel back to the Franmoro AWE. Alright, here we go. Now to return the head.
The head! River Chicken Station!
River Chicken Station!
Far tastier. Press any button?
Press any button?
So the helmet is what you're after, huh?
Tubes! Snug and grape. Pure grapes. Hail a lady.
You're welcome, I guess. Did Kirkland lock you up in here?
Chief Trouble? Yes. He's long around. But holdout's unhappiest. Can gather for goldfishes. No wrinkle.
Okay. Well, sounds like you're doing fine in there now. Just make sure you don't go anywhere.
Jelly.
At least we helped this guy.
Jelly.
I think. Best we leave it locked up, though. We have no idea what it is, and we don't need any more problems out here.
Yeah, it would break my heart if we had to murderate Tiny Spacesuit Man. Reload speed. No, boring. What's this? Exclusive to charge. Thin space. Boring. 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 You're rank 3, which means you're boring. What's this? Source gain from melee damage. God, it seems to be once you get up to like rank 6, the usefulness of a lot of these mods just seems to dissipate onto the 5 wins. Yeah, J-Bro's like, save Spacesuit Man, feed Langston to the hiss. I will say I considered it. Okay, so we need to head back to active investigations, right? To main operations center, then back up and then across, right? Yeah. Oh, lordy, lordy. But yeah, so sorry, my little, anytime we get to like discussions about like acting as a profession, voice acting as a profession, please don't ever take my, if my negative views on it start bleeding through, please don't ever take that as like, as fact or as advice, you know. I would love to say that I am able to disconnect all of my childhood biases from my day-to-day opinions, but some of them are just a little too heavy baked in, you know what I mean? And yeah, film, television, and stage is kind of one of those permanents. But it's weird, like, I enjoy performing. It is a lot of fun. Shocking, I know, considering how much I talk all of your ears off. But the life of a professional actor is an incredibly miserable one. And there was this thing that hit me, God, back in my 20s, that I realized that there's so much when you are a performer, at least like a, you know, and I hesitate to use the word actor, but, you know, when you do that kind of performance style work, you are so reliant on the stars aligning to even potentially reach the peak of what you can do as a performer, right? The roles that you might get, the stories, the situations, you're reliant on so many other factors for even being possibly given those. Whereas video games is a medium where we're always moving forwards. Maybe we don't always hit the mark. Maybe we don't always achieve our, you know, our greatest works in games, but we always have the potential to. And Stiggs, I have fenced. I'm not very good at it, but I have fenced. Oh wow, how is it like 6:30 already? Fucking hell. All right, so I'm gonna take this elevator, and we'll probably keep going to like next control point, because I worry about getting a little too absorbed. But it's like, as a musician, you can always make an album that, you know, that improves upon the last stuff, that supersedes everything else. But as a performer, you're always reliant on so many other factors to even get the role to be in the room. Do you know what I mean? Does that make a like a weird kind of sense? Or if I've gone completely doolally tap, feel free to tell me at this point. I don't know. I guess ever since I met you lot, my measurement of what success is has changed very, very drastically. Do you know? I think about that a lot. I also think about the red versus blue quote, which is that you're an idiot. You're an idiot, and it's going to take you 10 realize how much of an idiot you are, and a further 10 years to realize how much of an idiot you are then. And I think about that a lot. 20-year-old me was an idiot. 25-year-old me was a massive idiot. God. If it wasn't due to the whole, like, you know, same object occupying the same space and time, I'd go back and kick the shit out of myself, let me tell you. But I consider myself much more successful now than I did when I was, you know, when I was rocking a director level title, when I was hobnobbing with important peoples. I am so much happier now. And I get to do so much more than I did. Like, I loved doing, like, shows for the Creative Assembly, but the amount of red tape that I had to go through to even, like, make one YouTube video. C222 was saying, in a way, YouTube and Twitch have democratized stage performance in the same way that iTunes and Spotify are very true. There are certain roles and performances that can only be achieved in great big setups. And I guess I don't know the music industry well enough to draw comparables. I guess, and in the same way that there are certain experiences that can only really be created in the AAA space, when all those resources and money. But you're right, like, none of you are here because a big publishing company made you watch a bunch of trailers for Will's dumb face and then come hang out. And now you guys are floating smellies. So long. I don't know. I'm just happy to be here. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I get to be here for as long as you lot decide to stick with me. So I guess I see what C222's saying with, like, the democratized. Like, I survive purely based on, like, the bits that you lot yeet and the time you lot spend here. And there isn't anyone else paying the bills outside of that. We do a couple of, like, sponsored things here and there, but if we're being perfectly honest, like, most of the sponsored stuff that Fiona and I do these days are for things that we like. Like, there's no Gamer Fuel here. DX Racer did not sponsor the chair behind me. That was a free hand-me-down from one of Fiona's friends who was moving house. A lot of bourgeoisie here. with Operation Tango, like, we fucking love that game. And I'm legit excited. It's coming out June 1st, I think is the release date. So, yeah. That game's going to be feckin' grand. And you are unfortunately going to have to put up with me and Fiona drunkenly playing a bunch of it. So. God, alright, I don't want to get into the, I don't want to get into the arty-farties of live streaming and performatives. I think what I'm going to do is bring our little adventures to a close. Because I think this is a good point to stop so that next week we can kind of play through the whole rest of it. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish the Alan Wake DLC in the next, like, hour and change, right? Miyakiri Kuro was like, oh no, more content, whatever we do. And C222 says, so you're not interested in doing my 100% on-Zoom production of Midsummer Night's Dream? Yo, if you want to do Much Ado About Nothing, The Tempest, or Coriolanus, I'm in. But I'm so done with Midsummer Night's Dream. It's so boring. Oh, I'm sorry. There, I said it. Midsummer Night's Dream is one of Shakespeare's most boring works. I like Macbeth, but you have to be the fucking best. Like, you've got to be Patrick Stewart level good to make Macbeth snap. Fearless says, I am eager for you to finish the AWE DLC, if only because I feel like it introduces a really interesting theory on both Alan Wake and Control. I mean, Fearless, this is making me want to play Alan Wake again after this. I've still got Alan Wake on Steam, back from when you used to be able to buy it. But I'm gonna bring our gaming adventures to a close, and I'm gonna do credits and thank you because you lot have been fucking glorious today. Kakazi says they're eager as well, but it's going to take more than an hour. Okay. And I want to give all the little details of this game the same love and care that we've done throughout. Do you know what I mean? Because... Oh, there we go. Because I feel like by the time I get to like hour 7, hour 8, I'm either not giving you lot the attention you deserve, or I'm not giving the game the attention it deserves. And I'm really enjoying Control. Like, I kind of don't want to be done with it. I'm definitely getting that feeling. If we were playing this together, like, I would probably have spent... Sorry, if I was playing this by myself, I would have spent hours faffing around on all the other things. Oh yeah, Agonanarchy, I'll give Riv the attention she deserves, which is all of it, all the time. Oh, it's fucking grand. And Kakazi says, fair warning, even with immortality, the last fight is difficult. I'm okay with that. I found that, considering the structure around a lot of the objects of power, I found the final fight of the initial game to be kind of weird. Like, you don't really fight against your brother directly. It's kind of an indirect, like, trying to reach the top of the mountain moment. Actually, let me make sure before I start talking nonsense. Yeah, so I've still got Alan Wake. So we could return to Alan Wake after Control. But there are... So, friends, this is the challenge of streaming. It's not what games, it's when. I have a monstrous long list of cracking games that I want to share with all of you that I think would be amazing to play as a group. Some that are ones I've played through before, some are ones I want to save and play through directly with you, but... yeah. Oh, since Generation Zero added base building as well, I've been dabbling back in that. But I am drastically out of my power level since they rebalanced it, so that's going to be a nice challenge. Also, I just realized the other thing about Alan Wake is that Alan Wake is set in Washington State, as is Twin Peaks. And I've been roughly around the area where Twin Peaks is set, and I think Alan Wake's going to hit different now I live out in Seattle. I'm looking forward to it. But, I mean, Kakazi, we'll see the final fight when we get to it, yo. Oh, and Graphite, sorry, I saw you were saying 12th Night is worse than Midsummer. Yes. Yes. Like, Much Ado About Nothing and, like, the... Okay, I'm not a fan of The Taming of the Shrew. Much Ado About Nothing, I think, is pretty good because it does such a wonderful job of putting forward the bastard male bravado and then just dashing it across the rocks a few times. I quite like that. Okay, that's way cool. So Fearless is saying that as a Seattle native, Alan Wake is wonderful, and it feels like a place that Fearless has actually been to. Like, fucking yo. Faber6 says Romeo and Juliet is the worst. Romeo and Juliet's kind of where? I feel like we've all been overexposed to its BS love story. Though, as my dear mother pointed out, if you look at it from the angle that both the midwife and the priest were in on it, and that their goal was to destroy both the houses through the medium of these two idiot children, takes on a nice little different... It takes on a nice angle. Oh, Lord Lost is like, it's going to be Soho all over again. No, if we ever do The Last of Us Part 2 as a stream, that's going to be Soho. Because it is Seattle and Seattle downtown, but also very isn't. No, C222, we don't talk about this. Because C222 was saying that they enjoy Watch Dogs 2, partially because it's based where they are. So something special about being able to navigate the game world, turn a corner, seeing your office. Yeah. Imagine if you had to do that and there was a whole part of the city that you knew and loved and worked in that was just gone. So mad. I wish I could find that. Yeah, see, Lord Lost, thank you. That is what happened to Will when he was denied. When he was denied Soho. Oh, lordy, lordy. Right, before I bore all of you to death with my absolutely bland white guy opinions of Shakespeare, and my continued rage at the fact that Soho's not in Watch Dogs 3. Oh no, so C222, they deleted Soho but left in Covent Garden and Chinatown in London, and it did my head in. Soho Square is in, but the entire section of Soho is gone. And Camden is this weird, Ouroboros loop around. Like, they kept the docks and some of the horse market, but the rest of... God, it's like Inception. They just folded... They folded Covent Garden... Sorry, Covent. They folded Camden in on itself. So fucking weird. Graphite's like, I stand by the fact this is a perfectly fine reaction to finding yourself in Covent Garden, right? Jackie, they do have Cyberdog, but it's not Cyberdog. It's like Mech Cat or something. So that was kind of surreal. Okay, that's lovely. So Lord Loss is saying they've turned that clip into an audio file and it's their ringtone, but they so very rarely get a call. Faber6, don't mess with me. Soho definitely exists. Oh. Alright, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Otherwise, I am just going to natter wholesale. And I need to say some thank yous. Soho isn't real. Bleed Nora. Camden's real good, although it's going to be interesting to see what Camden is like, because a couple of places that I fell in love with sadly are no longer there. But it's definitely something I'm looking forward to going back to. Yes, alright. Let me do a big old pile of thank yous, because today's been feckin' glorious. And shocking as this is to say, I'm still really enjoying Control. I know. There's no way you could have possibly guessed how much I'm enjoying this game. Feckin' yo. Alright. As I was saying earlier, though, literally what keeps me doing this and what keeps me yelling at you lot and keeping me, Fiona, the Nuggies, and River alive right now is you lot throwing bits. So whether you threw them to mess with me or what have you, I cannot say enough thank yous. So to all of you that threw in today, I'd like to say thank you to Lizzie T. Powell, to Secretly Robin, to Catastros, which I constantly call Castros, and I feel bad about that, Stig's Vanu cousin, Ereman, Favor 6, Bacon Avenger, Some Numbers, Shackle Draconis, C222, Aspects, J-Post, Wolfrad, Lyrius Dragon, Wheeler Dealer, Rhymes with Moose! Sorry, I don't know where that came from. I guess I'm just going for the over-the-top at the moment. The Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Vanderbeast, and Iron Imp, you fucking legends. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes Moose, and Tarlicus. The credits absolutely acknowledging everybody, as it bloody should every time, and yet doesn't. And Eldritch Bumblebee and J-Hubs were our new followers, so I hope we get to say hello to them again. Those that subbed, resubbed, and were the target of House Carl, I'd like to thank Ereman, Cryostix, British Beaver, Favor 6, Graphite Sparrow, Secretly Roman, Deus JZ, Quasimoto, Baron von Sheepington IV, Loki Darklight. All of you, thank you. Whether or not someone tagged you from the shadows or if you were celebrating 30 months or what have you, thank you sincerely. Our host today came from J-Hubs and Wheeler Dealer, thank you kindly. And Tall Tales saw fit to lead a raid on in. You feckin' legend. J-Pop, what is it with you and Graphite? Just like, it's immediate like late night rebellions. Like, aha! William is weak! Aim for him! Okay, so let's see what lovely Mother Hubbards we have to enjoy. Now, I'm avoiding Resident Evil The Village because I want to play it through with Fiona. So let's have a look. Ah! Fuck! I nearly had a pissing heart attack! My Gundams! Me bloody Gundams! Oh, I'm so glad I'm drinking after this. Fuck! Sorry, the real hunter. Surprise Gundam attack! It's Operation Meteor! Ah yes, that great operation where the Xeon Federation parallel parked a colony on Australia. God, I think I pulled my neck. It's alright. If they're damaged, I can repair them. I'm just glad the gift from Shackle and Jaralan didn't get damaged.
You almost had a heart attack from your own Gundams. Top 10 anime betrayals.
Betrayal! Oh. Yeah, I think we're going to need more command strips on that one. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so before anything else starts falling off the wall. Okay, so... sorry. Shackle, thank you. J-Post Graphite. Scared the bejesus out of me, but... Whoo! Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna give you... Alright, 3 choices. Alright, 3 choices. So, Resident Evil 7, so the one before the newest one, Undertale, or Dead by Daylight. So, Resi 7, Undertale, Dead by Daylight. Those are your 3 choices to where we're going to head to next. Kakazi's in for Resi 7. Well, I'm going to let people voice their opinions on where our raid heads. Oh god, I need less coffee. Poor Gundam's getting DDT'd. So we got one for Resi, one for Undertale. The dreamer can't choose. Yeah, I know. I'm mean putting it on your shoulders. But the thing is, like, I only follow people that I either like or want to watch. So at the end of every afternoon, it's really hard to choose somebody. Which is why I try and do it based on what's being played, not who the person is. So that way you might get to meet somebody cool new, or it might be somebody else. Alright, so it's definitely between Resi 7 and Undertale. Let's go for... Oh, we could go for whoever's fewest on that one. Then it looks like Undertale as well will be heading next. So our good friend Laura is playing... Oh... You know what? No. I can't. Oh. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. If you've never seen Undertale, you'll probably want to tap out at this point. If you have seen Undertale, it's your best nightmare. And this is the same Laura who joined us for GTFO on the Hammer Himbos. Graphite, you're entirely welcome. Today was a lovely day, and every time you lot come on down is a fecking glorious day for me, so thank you. Alright, so I'm going to repair some poor Gundams. And I'm going to have a bit of sparkly bubbly, and we're going to have a good time. Sorry, wow. Alright, I've hit the wall. I love you all. I need... Laura's currently getting the hot crap beaten via Flowey right now, so this is going to require a lot of, you know, like, hands in the air spirit bomb types. Alright. Thank you for a cracking day. I'll see you tomorrow for the Blackout Club. The gang returns. Glorious Mother Hubbards. See you later.